Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, April the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of checks, please. Yes, if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Harry. All right, what is happening this morning? Now, a couple that I'm really watching for drops here are EVGN and RIGL. They're a couple little bios. Had some news this morning. EVGN is a phase 1 result. It's Alzheimer's. You know, it's just I'm skeptical that it's going to hold its gains. It's already come down from 519, but I'm really watching this to see if it really wants to give it up. So that's EVGN, and then the other one is another small one, RIGL. This is phase 2, I think, for whatever. This is a virus play. So this is phase 2. Again, I'm just sort of skeptical that these either of these will hold their gains in the pre-market. And Zelly and Jim, thank you in YouTube. And I don't think we have a buffering issue, and I don't think my audio is breaking up today. It was my ISP. Razak, you were there yesterday. How are we doing in terms of the buffering and my audio not breaking up in YouTube? I contacted my internet provider, and yeah, they were having some issues. So they said it was all going to be cleared up last night. So I'm assuming we're back to normal. Okay, great. All right, what else? MFNC is gapping up on merger news. This actually was announced after hours yesterday. $22 got up to, and it's still kind of holding. This could be a bit of a short candidate, but it is up on merger news, and it's been still pretty strong this morning. Hasn't given it up yet. AGC. Okay, this is a classic. I think it was here where they announced that this is a SPAC, and they're going to be taking Grab, big ride-sharing program in, I don't know, well, I want to say Asia, just as a blanket. I think it's Philippines and Asia, parts of Asia, but anyway, so they announced it again this morning that it's firming up, but it's way off. I mean, it's going to be probably several months before it actually happens. So the euphoria early saying yes, okay, we're solidifying this, but again, reality is that it's going to take a long time before it actually happens. So I guess that is the reason why the drop here. RIOT and MARA, are they still holding? Again, I find them very difficult to intraday trade, but big gap ups in these two crypto plays, MARA and RIOT. Here's MARA. And you know what's losing its bloom really quickly? These EV infrastructure plays. So there's Plug is down. I mean, it is trying to come back somewhat. But there's Plug and Ballard and Fuel Cell, FCEL, all down. As is Checkpoint or ChargePoint, whatever it's called. Let me see. It's a CHPT. What is it? ChargePoint. There we go. ChargePoint. It is down also. So a lot of these EV infrastructure plays are really starting to fail here. Fast is an earnings play. This can be an interesting trader. It's already had 421,000. It's a big float, $500 million in the float, a little over $500 million in the float. It is an earnings play, but take a look. Look at this on the daily chart. You see it's gapped down below this area now. And so the next lows, looking left, are around 48. So it doesn't have a ton of room, but you know, it's an earnings play. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. Okay, ATXI is getting slapped, and that's taking Fortress down, FBIO with it. ATXI is getting slapped. It's basically FDA is still reviewing their new drug application, and I guess Fortress, FBIO, is partners with ATXI, so that is causing weakness in FBIO, which has been really ripping the last few days, but this is causing a lot of weakness in FBIO right now due to ATXI being down. Isaiah, IZEA, is it still hanging in there? Yeah, so it actually popped up after hours. I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm trying to find some news on it. I don't see any specific news in my headlines, so it just is what it is right now, but that's a nice gap up. That's a great gap up. I mean, look how much room it has on the weekly chart. About a $2. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's not a super low float, 51 million in the float. And EVG, okay, well, actually, take a look at the two cannabis plays also. Very weak still. Excuse me, APHA had earnings yesterday. Reaction obviously not good. There's that big gap down. Continuing down, and that is dragging Tilray with it, TLRY. Tilray and NAFR are going to be doing a merger. So that is dragging Tilray, TLRY, down also. I noticed you mentioned I have this Lyle. I think it's in the watch list. Yeah, I added it to the watch list, but I just didn't like the way it gapped up here and then it pulled way back down. So LYL, I mean, it's still up 18%. I get it, but it's not a big confidence booster when something like this happens. That's a big percentage drop in the pre-market from its highs. This one I have no idea about. OBAS, it looks crazy right now. It could be wild. It's only has 5 million in the float. It's only traded 77,000 shares, up 18%. Of course, it's a huge gap up, breaking out of all of this. I don't see any specific reason for it. Yeah, I don't think there's any official story on TIRX. I mean, that was just supposedly a big pump on WeChat yesterday, TIRX. Getting people in at 95 and then dumping. I mean, look, there's no official news on that. It's just sort of Twitter accounts. VUZI, VUZI. VUZI is actually on the move. It was anyway. Is it still holding? Yes, it is. So VUZI is holding here. Don't see any specific reason for it, but it is having a nice little move. MFNC is still surging higher here. The after hours high, we've got up to $22 on this merger news. American Airlines, this is not an earnings play. They release next week or the 22nd, but they're talking about, I think I read something like 67% down from first quarter of last year. American Airlines lower after guiding for larger Q1 loss than anticipated. Okay. Well, TTM yesterday, it was just weakness in India generally. Okay. So it's maybe having a little recovery, but it was weakness in India overall. Okay. So I don't think there's any specific news on TTM. All right, it's 9:14, so I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, actually not too many of each. A few more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get them in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that one. That was actually right at the top of my list, the NVCR. It's just I don't trade that price of, I don't trade that price of stock usually. Well, almost never. But anyway, yeah, what a gap. 56%, $74. Positive phase 3 results for NVCR. What a gap. All-time high now, NVCR. Is FBIO also having an offering? When, I don't see that news yet for FBIO. Not saying it isn't. There we go. It dips after filing 600. Oh, not very much. Interesting. I don't see that at an IB. Oh, I do see that. Sorry, but I don't think that's not the reason, though. I think the main reason is that it's partnered with this AXTI. It's AXTI, and the FDA is sort of still reviewing its new drug application. So I think that's the main. I mean, 600,000 shares is nothing. All right, well, let's see if this AGC bounces a little bit here. AGC, a couple of top bottoming tails here on the 15-minute chart. Again, this is not new news. I think it's just more solidifying the grab deal. Singapore, I said India. I'm sorry, Singapore. Remember, did I mention LGVN? I think I put it. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, I said EVGN. I'm sorry. This is LGVN, not EVGN. Did I put? I think I put EVGN, or is that another one too? No, we've got two. Okay, so I do have I have EVGN, but I also have LVGN. When I say have, something that caught my eye this morning. LGVN. Man, oh man. LGVN. There we go. So this is it's a low float, 2 million in the float. Look how much volume already for LGVN. So this could be the crazy one today, really, guys. I mean, look at this. Look at this gap up, 29% up. But more importantly, look how much volume, 2.2 million in the. So yeah, so they surged positive results. That's the one. It's phase one. I actually do have this correctly. LGVN. They've written it down. LGVN. So this is the one that I think could. Yeah, it's not shortable. That's the reason now. Now I remember. This is not shortable for me. LGVN is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But what a gap. You look left, it still has room if it wants to keep running on that daily chart. Yeah, this is just not shortable. So not to be confused with the EVGN. And this is a phase one, I think. Preclinical results. So very early, very early. I wouldn't surprise. This is the one I was thinking that would fade once the market opened. New York Jets fan, good morning. Unless you've changed your name in the room, you look like you're new to the room. Another little earnings play, cannabis play out of Canada, co-listings, down on earnings, OGI. Let me just see what the index is doing. MJ, what is it doing? Yeah, it's drifting down, drifting down. Boy, remember these days? Euphoria, 34.51. It's almost, it is cut by a third, over a third. Yeah, so far TTM, a pretty good recovery. This is going to show up on my watch list more than likely. And that's to take out yesterday's high, which of course it is. I actually had it on the watch list for maybe a continuation play down, but we may get something on the way up. Again, I just think this is, there's no specific news for TTM. It's just, it's a, India play. India got hammered yesterday. A lot of the Indian stocks got hammered yesterday. So TTM was one of them, one of the bigger ones. Yeah, right now this is AXTI. No, wait a minute. Got the wrong one here. Oh, ATXI, man. ATXI. Here we go. It certainly bounced around yesterday. I mean, that what had happened? I mean, I don't know if you could have got it at $2 quickly. Anyway, I guess it was down here for a couple of minutes, or these are 15-minute candles. But yeah, what a bounce! But it's still down 18%, 18.5%. MRN is also weak, a little bit weak. Little Irish stock or headquarters in Ireland. All right, well, I've got to get ready for the open, so I will minimize these two windows. What you see here is this swing that I took in AGC, I think it was last week. This is in the simulator. At one point it was up $420 this morning, but pulled back. And as usual, if you want to follow my watch list up or down, and this window here, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Windows, my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced. Everything, again, in this channel bar, they're all themed. They're all themed and they're all layouts. Themed, you know, we have a China stock, biotechs, banks, etc. Banks could be interesting as a Goldman Sachs releases earnings tomorrow before the market opens, along with, I think, Citi and JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. The big banks are all this week as well. Alcoa. Alcoa is after hours on the 15th. So that's, I guess, Thursday after hours. Really? Hindenburg actually... Oh, after the Hindenburg story. So they've come out and defending themselves. Okay. I see what you mean. That's typical. Yeah, issues an open letter to shareholders. Never engaged in any business relationship with Yindu, etc., etc., etc. All right, give me one moment, please. All right, AGC is sort of bouncing off that 14. But big doji right there. Look at the topping tail, bottoming tail. Indecision right now on AGC. Yeah, I haven't even checked what the SPY is doing this morning. SPY is, yeah, it's basically flat. Nothing happening yet. Little bounce here, but nothing happening yet. And the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody, today. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So we're going to get some alerts right here, right off the bat. Again, I have a delay in these two windows on purpose. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. So here's the little bit of weakness coming in with RIGL, MFNC is also weakening. But listen, first 15 minutes, guys. This can be very whippy. There's the LYL. Trying to recover a little bit. Okay, well, look at APHA. There is a lot of volume coming in and a pop. But again, it is early. APHA, but it is popping. Trying to come back a little bit after its earnings yesterday. Yeah, I saw Wimmy in the pre-market. I find this a really erratic trader. Oh man, VIPS continues its descent. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. I mean, MFNC got down to 1952 and it popped almost $1 just like that on that 2-minute candle. So again, things can be very, very whippy in the first 15 minutes. All right, you're making me look at TIRX. Yeah, so be careful. Listen, you're going to trade this. I say this certain for stocks like this, you are completely on your own. Don't ask for any advice. I mean, there's only 3 million in the float, 3.9 million in the float. This is a stock that was up to almost $100 yesterday and dropped all the way down to 12. Okay, so, and if you're asking why, lots of rumors about a pump to WeChat to get people to buy at 95, and then 2 million were dumped. So anyway, that's all I can say. There's nothing out there that is going to absolutely, certainly nothing from the company is going to say that. And it's halted. And it's halted, yes. True, but this is a little different, I think, than GME. All right, let's get to Tiger by the tail. TIGR. Let's see. Had an interesting day yesterday. Got up to 2077, pulled all the way back down to 18. Again, early. And of course, I'll be waiting for my unusually strong options. All right, guys, EVGN showing weakness. Yeah, this definitely showed weakness. There's just no shorts available for me. The LGVN, just no shorts were available for me. Actually, we're gonna play this game. So there are shorts available now, but for me it's too late. A couple of thousand shares. Just I'm noticing at Interactive Brokers. So up at this level, there were no shorts available. Now there are no shorts right now. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. If you have Interactive Brokers, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, your broker will have something very similar to let you know how many shorts are available. Wow, look at this. So that, remember we were watching this one on the 2-minute chart right there with this little doji. Now AGC is, I don't know. I mean, my only conjecture is that, okay, the press release came out. The deal is getting firmer and firmer. However, it's going to take months before it actually gets consummated. So I think people are saying, well, you know what? Why should I be in this right now? It could be dead money for a long time. All right, well, Alpha's having a nice little rebound. APHA, nice little rebound so far. It's still early. Still early. Not a ton of volume in this EVGN. And I mean, the relative volume is big. It's 10 times normal. It doesn't trade very much, obviously. I wish it were trading a lot more, though. This could be a really interesting short. Wow, look how whippy this MFNC has been. This is classic why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at this. I mean, I got down to what, 1920, popped all the way up to 2119, just like that. Remember, this is a 2-minute candle. 1924, 2114. This is a merger deal or takeover, whatever you want to call it. Meanwhile, Muds, still, this was my stock of the day yesterday in the video I did. Mentioned that it could be an interesting swing. Muds. Look at this. Look at this ripping here. It might show up in this watch list up, but it'll be probably pretty extended if it does. Well, Alpha, it's going to go positive. So, yeah, look at. Okay, VFF had a bad day yesterday also, trying to come back. VFF, again, another cannabis play. I think the whole sector was down yesterday. Let's take a look at what MJ is doing. See if MJ is popping a little bit. Not really. So it's not like the sector is really moving. So again, guys, look how whippy this is. MFNC. I mean, why? 8 million in the float. So again, on a 2-minute candle, I mean, it's just dropping, but who knows what's going to happen on the next candle. Yeah, Muds is that as the SPAC, of course, and they're taking Tops public. That was their big announcement last week. So that's why we had the big pop. Oh, there's Playboy still, PLBY. Call it an NFT play, I guess. So I think this one had a downgrade actually. LHDX, it had a big day yesterday. LHDX, I think it had a downgrade this morning. Let's see if I can. Yeah, it did have a downgrade this morning. LHDX. And now is underneath that whole number. What was the low yesterday? The low yesterday was 1851, so it has a little bit of room to the low of yesterday at 893. All right, well, this is going to be at least maybe a 10-minute halt. There's the halt for TIRX. So 941, if it's a 10-minute halt, this will open in 1, 2, now. It just opened. And there's the pop. Again, you want to, just be careful. There's no question. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets halted again. Okay, so they're competing views about iHeart. I noticed that it had an upgrade and it had a downgrade. So IHRT. Boy, AGC is really getting slapped here. I would have thought it would hold a little bit, but it's really getting slapped here. Again, the only thing I can really think of is that, this deal is going to take a long time. Yeah, like the deal is set to close over the next few months. So, I mean, again, if you're, I guess, unless this kept moving higher from here, I mean, I think investors are saying, you know what? Let's let it get a little more closer to when the merger is going to happen. Otherwise, it's just dead money. Well, guys, Playboy. 33.49, the all-time high. Again, this was an IPO here. It did absolutely nothing for the first 5 weeks. And then 4 weeks ago, it started to move. And it got caught up in this NFT craze, I guess. All right, guys, it's getting closer to 9:45, so we'll see if anything appears here. Yeah, I shied away from this one, the VTVT. I know I saw it in the pre-market, but it was up to 337. I saw this all the way down to 272. I just thought it was a little too choppy. I mean, at this point, yeah, there's some volume coming in. It's a relatively low float, 20 million in the float. And give me one moment, please. Whoa, look at this, Macy's. Look at Macy's. Oh, big candle here. What was the up 1710 all the way down to 1630? It's a big float, so I mean that's a big move with that float. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason. I mean, this is a big. I mean, there was no clue this was going to happen in the pre-market. All of a sudden, the market opens. It just tanks. Macy's. Let me take a look at the retail sector. See if there's the ETF for the retail sector. And it's kind of sliding down, but not quite as dramatically as Macy's is. All right, so some of these cannabis, well, these two anyway, VFF and the AFA. I bet you Tilray is doing the same thing. They're having a bounce, but again, it's early. Well, CAN is a crypto play, right? So this is weak. SYF, Synchrony Financial. SYF is very weak. It's a big float, 580 million in the float, but it is weak. And it has some room down to maybe that 40-60 mark, so it doesn't have a ton of room. When I say it has some room, I'm just looking left. The next lows looking left. I mean, which could prove as some support. Look at VIPs. Look at VIPS. Look at that bottoming tail right there, 25.35, and then the pop. All right, keep an eye on Viru. This is from Real Scan. VERU, potential short coming up here. High is 1082, 1065, looking left. So some resistance coming in here. VERU. It's a potential short. Nothing stopping MUDs. Okay, so we do have an alert here, but as I said, well, if we get an alert in my watch list, this would be, wow, look at MFNC, just right back up. How whippy is this? Be careful on this one. You know, it's a low float, 8.7 million in the float. And it just got halted. MFNC just got halted. And it looks like it could be a nice open after the halt. So we had the alert at 21.21, 21.64 now. I'm looking right now. Well, it's still early. I'm looking at the bid ask as it's shaping up. At one point it was 22.22. Boy, MUDs is just really strong still. I mean, it is some bottoming tails here, which is good. You know, sellers tried to knock on the 2-minute chart. The sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers kept moving it higher. You know, it's always well, it had some topping tails here too. So a little uncertainty all here. But at this point, buyers look like they're in control for a while. How's that YouTube feed right now? Still okay? No buffering. Audio is good. Just want to make sure. I do have it to share. Yes, he doesn't mind at all. Okay. Okay, so gap down in reverse for NI. All right, so if this can kind of base a little bit here, Muds. I mean, it's an all-time high, of course, so there is no resistance. I just like to see it base a little bit here and then start to take off again. You know, too much in chase mode right now for Muds, in my opinion. And there we go. AFA actually went positive, so that's a nice recovery for AFA. APHA had earnings yesterday, got slapped, but is not is trying to come back. The high of yesterday was 1480. All right, so BTN did show up here. I think it's too close to that whole number of 4. If it can break out over 4, 445 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. That's back in 2018, so that's quite a while ago. And that is for the BTN. It's a low float, 16 million in the float, lots of volume, 128 times normal right now. Benoît, comment ça va? No, that's not normal, Benoit. You probably just have to do a refresh, okay? So there's a gear you can't see, but in the room, you just have to find there's a gear icon. And beside that is the refresh. And you just probably have to do a refresh. The only other thing I can suggest, if that doesn't work, is to change your browser. Try another browser. Happens every now and then. I don't know who. The recommended browser is Chrome, but you know if you're using Chrome and when you do a refresh and it's not working, then maybe try another browser. Opera, are they still around? I know they went public a while back. Okay, then try another browser, Benoit. I don't know how else I can help you. You have to maybe try another browser. I don't know who you're using right now, but maybe try another browser like Edge or something. Not sure how I can help you. Big comeback for AFA, APHA. Big comeback for AFA. Maybe try Edge or something. Definitely a lot of volume. Look at that. So it's going to trade the float. 20 million in the float, 20.8 million in the float. It's traded 19 already. 145 times normal. And so TTP 399 wins FDA breakthrough. This is the breakthrough therapy status. So that is the news for VT. Did hit a high of 338 in the pre-market. Well, pseudo crypto play, guys. Overstock. Look at this. Overstock is on the move. Also, OSTK. You know, guys, you might want to watch. Well, okay, so I don't use level 2. We don't have level 2. I do have, I have this up and running with Interactive Brokers. It's more for time and sales, and I don't really pay too much attention to, the bid and or the size. This is all time and sales for me. How fast is this? How fast it's trading? So we don't as a company, Trade Ideas does not supply level 2. I'm not a big proponent of level 2. That doesn't mean if anybody out there is using it and it's working for them, fine, fantastic. You know, guys, this might be an interesting play. Copper. What's a copper play? You know, with a lot of turmoil in Peru right now, second largest copper producer. A lot of turmoil in Peru right now with their elections. Copper, there could be a disruption. Sort of a longer term look. Yeah, I don't use the options play magic anymore, HP. I just use the one. I broke out one of the strategies and I just use this. The moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? So I don't use that multi-strategy window anymore. It's there if you want to use it, but I don't use it anymore. So I can't tell you how to use it because it's... Benoit, excellent. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, you know, how sometimes it depends on your computer configuration. TGB, you're right. It's sort of a copper play, isn't it? I don't know what it's doing, but again, this is just a sort of a macro idea, guys. No, I know it's on the list. HP agents, I do know it's there. If you want to use it, fine. But if you're asking me how to use it, I don't use it anymore. It's there's a lot of scans there I don't use anymore. Um, not because they're not any good. It's just that I have to kind of pick and choose. I can't have them all up and running, but there might be something there that appeals to you. But as I say, I have broken out one of those strategies, added some filters, and I just wait for this one to give me some ideas for the day. And I don't get too many, maybe 3 or 4, that's it. Nothing so far. If you're talking about that multi-strategy window, there are three long and 3 shorts. If you're talking about this window here, this is moving higher. So this is looking for long plays. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, so maybe I'll just go over it. Okay, from my homepage, there's a link right there, and we're talking about. I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. So this is the one I love. The moving, it doesn't give me very few alerts. And this came from the options play magic, as I called it. And this is a multi-strategy window. And if I click on it, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is a multi-strategy window. It has 6 strategies. All right, and three are moving higher, 3 are moving lower. So I took one of them. I broke this one out, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I added some more filters, okay, so that I wouldn't get very many alerts. And this is how this one happens. Now, how you use this, be up to you. I mean, I just don't use it anymore, so. Meanwhile, yes, VT, not bad right now from my watch list. The next high looking left is 359. So that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So we've got our little disconnect going on the market again. We have to spy up a little. NAS is up, but the Dow is down. So things like Macy's. Now look at Macy's. Probably U.S. Steel. Let's take a look at U.S. Steel. Some of the old companies, which are Dow companies. Didn't even look at TIRX. Didn't even look at it after that halt. Let's see what happened. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, you got to be awfully careful. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. Okay, so Muds is now starting to base a little bit. So this becomes a little more interesting. It's not so much of a chase. So let's see if it can base a little bit here. Yeah, with the TIRX, you're right. I mean, you could have all the best intentions of the world of placing a stop like you're supposed to, but a stock like that can just blow right through it. So you may get out some of your shares, but not all. Ah, PAVM. Remember these days for PAVM? And now we're just giving it up. Well, that's why I didn't want to trade at HP. It's too... Yeah, well, what I said about the BTN, just really had to let it you had to let it break 4. And it just struggled right up at 4. Okay, well, there's a little break now for MUDS, MUDS. Yeah, at some point, you would think this is going to be a short VTVT. At some point. Look at quadruple U. Wow. The low yesterday was 580. It's right almost at that low of yesterday. And if it took that out, I mean, the next low is, right around 530 or so. So that, if it got anywhere close, that'd be a nice percentage move on a short for quadruple U. Yeah, I don't use 1 minute candles PMA. I mean, that's a pretty general question though also. I mean, something that's that expensive to use 1 minute candles, I have no, in terms of the Moderna, I have no, I mean, there's the break. The only thing I can say is that there was a break. If you look at crosses, the 8 EMA crossed below the 8 EMA crossed below the 20 SMA on the 2 minute chart right there. That signified a potential short at 150. Okay, so other than that, I don't use 1 minute candles. But somebody else might want to chime in. There was a question in the off topic about Moderna. Well, again, if you put the crosses on, you know, I mean, a lot of people follow that sort of a cross, the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA, and it happened on the two minute chart. I don't know if it happened on any of the bigger time frames, but for Moderna. Okay, one moment, please. All right, now TTM is starting to drift down. Okay, it had a little pop this morning in the pre-market, but again, starting to drift down. Got hit yesterday. I think it's a big India stock, and I got hit yesterday with, you know, virus out of control in India. I mean, that was the news report. So a lot of the India stocks were getting hit. Try to rebound, but now it's starting to drift down. TTM. Still waiting for the unusually strong options. No alerts yet. Meanwhile, MUDs. This is a difficult trader, in my opinion. MFNC, the low float, very, very whippy. Man, oh man, VIPS is having a nice little comeback. But will it last? All right, guys, I'm watching TTM right here to see if it wants to continue to move down. I'm definitely kind of interested in a short here, though it is at the low of the channel, so it may bounce off it, but I just want to keep an eye on this one. See if it starts to approach these lows. I mean, it's got some room to run. It's a big float. Yeah, look at the retail sector ETF. I mean, in the pre-market, it looked pretty good. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's been just drifting down, as somebody pointed out. So Macy's probably is still, well, little bounce for Macy's. But Under Armour, UA, yeah, so they're looking the same, following the sector. Meanwhile, Muzz is just super good here. Look at this, 1360 now. We're just waiting kind of for that break out here. And in fact, it just showed up in the options play. Now, the reason why it's a little, well, it's not late. It didn't have the requisite number of option contracts until one of the filters I've got is it has to be at least 2,000 contracts. So it just hit that now. That's why it didn't show up earlier. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, this what I was waiting for was right here. I was saying, I'd like to see a little bit of consolidation. We had that alert at 1327. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could keep going up higher, of course, but it's a bit of a chase now. Right here was the really was kind of the entry around 1340, 1350. Yeah, this one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, LYL. It's popping here. It's not shortable for me. Okay, I'm just watching this TTM to see if this holds this little resistance area. If it doesn't get through this 1967, it could have a little fall in it. Oh, of course, if I drop it, of course. But then I'll have a lot of other ones that are coming in that I may not want to see. I mean, it's always a trade-off. I only want about 3 or 4 a day in this, okay? But listen, completely up. I'm not just talking to UX. It's to anybody else. You want to change the filters here? You go right ahead. I just prefer to not do that. And yes, I would have seen MUDs earlier, but I may have seen other ones that I couldn't care less about. Always a trade-off. All right, so TTM. TTM is actually, so it just took out that little area. So all I'm going to do with TTM is have a alert sit down here if it takes it out later. I mentioned this LHDX as a potential short a little while ago. Now it's right at I think it's at yesterday's, well, not quite at yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 851, so it's not quite there. Could bounce off that. Meanwhile, Angie, what are you doing? Well, it still has a little bit of room on that daily chart. Angie, A-N-G-I, a little bit of room. 1752 is the next high looking left. Probably might struggle to break through 17. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason for this move in Angie. Higher after Handy, an operating business partner of Angie announced a partnership with Savvy. So there is your news. That is why Angie, in theory anyway, is moving higher. Yeah, the same thing with the Lyle, LYL. When I looked at, oh, in fact, look at this. There's the 200-day moving average, okay? Stopped in its tracks. I mean, almost to the penny. 202 was the high, and the 200-day moving average is 203. Had to be aware of that. Do you have the other ones? There's no real option. They just appear. Do you have the other ones? DGI and NAS? Question is, I lost SPX on my main toolbar. There's no option to place it. Really? If you expand it somehow or drop it down? Otherwise, I don't know how I can help you. I've never seen that before. Expanded worked? Okay. Yeah, it's been wild, GME. There's no question. It got down to 130 or something. Yeah, it's been wild. Okay, so here's the deal with IHRT. I know it showed up in the options plays, but look left. To me, there's just too much resistance. Now listen, I mean, it could explode right through all of this, but there's just too much resistance when you look left. Look at these highs here, 1885, 1889, 1908, 1910. We're at 1866. So that's the issue that I have with iHeart right here. I like to see, you know, when I get something from the options plays, I want to see a lot more potential room that it could run. So yeah, Wimmy's now listen. Wimmy is definitely coming into some potential resistance. So if you're in this one, just be aware. 637 is the next high looking left. 648, 669, 653. So you know this little area here could prove to be some pretty stern resistance. All right, guys, it is 10:25, so I'm going to start my little spiel about trade ideas. And first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And I'm going to go over all the information that you can find on my homepage. I'm going to pop that link into the YouTube room. Okay. So from my homepage, if you can find the tab right there, excuse me, Barry's homepage, there's the tab. If you click on it, there is the link, and you can save that link. There's a lot of information on my homepage, a lot of training information, a lot of scans that I'm sharing, so you might want to save the link so you can reference it. So I'm going to click on the link, and this is what you'll see. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only. Just give me a moment here. All right, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's take a look at how much it will cost you. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly for premium and standard. The annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, and I'll go over that a little bit. There are other differences, but that's the main reason. Well, guys, iHeart may just destroy 19 now. Excuse me. It's interesting because it had an upgrade and it had a downgrade this morning from different analysts. So anyway, there's the here are the prices. Now, you don't have to take out an annual. In fact, if you're new and you're not sure, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always try us out month to month, okay? Here's our standard, 118. Premium is 228. You can apply that discount, the 15% discount, to the first month only. Okay, and if you want to continue month to month, then these will be your prices, okay, after the first month with the 15% discount. More information from my home page. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, usually around noon. These are all free, of course. All the scans that I'm sharing. You click here. That's why I'm saying, you can save my link so you can take a look at all these scans later on. This is my layout that I'm displaying. So what I'm sharing, what you guys see, this is my layout. And again, because it is a layout, make sure if you do load it, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. If you have a layout that you like, but you want to take a look at some of these scans, this is why I've broken them all out. So this is, again, my favorite scan right now, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But I have a lot of other scans. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use for my pre-market work. And a big education section right here. If you are new to Trade Ideas, I want to emphasize this a lot. Please take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? When you do that, this is what you're going to see. The 20 lessons, it won't take you 20 days, but this is what you'll see. What is a top list, building one, creating an alert window, the single stock window that you see up here, lots of information, all the basic features of Trade Ideas explained here. These are not videos. And here's the intro to Holly. Okay, so you can take a look at this right here. So a lot of information. Daily support sessions. So you've heard me speak of a YouTube room. So there is a YouTube room. You don't have to, if you're in this room, you don't have to go there. It's the same. They can hear me, they can see my screen, but I do take a break around noon. So when I take that break, you can head over there if you want to. Another one of the traders takes over. Today is Tuesday, so it'll be Steve Gomez, who is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask some questions about the trades of the week, and also just a general Q&A. And I'll pop that link in before I do take my break. Here's the free trading room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here, all free. More educational videos. And I love this one, the Back to Basics. If you are brand new to trading, it's a great little 36-part short videos that were created by Michael Noss, one of the traders at Trade Ideas. And it literally starts off with, what is a stock? Okay, you cannot get more basic than that. So if you are new to trading, this is a great little video series for you. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my home page. So you can save that link so you can take a look at all this later on. All right, well, iHeart is doing really well now from my options scanner. I mean, I laid out all the reasons why I didn't really like it, but it didn't matter. It just popped right through it. So you understand, in this room, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. Okay, it'll be up to you. Look at this H-lit though. Wow, I mean, this is from the option scanner 2. 857 on the high. Wow, this is really interesting because it's on an all-time, almost an all-time high. I don't know where we have to go to see the all-time high. Break it out on the monthly chart. Well, you know what? We're going back to 2014. This is 2011. Who cares? So this H-lit could really have a run. Could be a multi-dayer. Could be a multi-dayer if it keeps this up. 98 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float, but so I would definitely be keeping an eye on the H-lit. What's the spread like? Yeah, an okay spread. Volume is good. 19 times normal volume today. All right, guys. Well, I can't tell you to buy it, but H-lit looks pretty good. Boy, if this holds, this could be an interesting one to keep. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. This is an idea. This is a scan that I created. One of the ones that I am sharing. So we are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay, that's what we are. We are a scanner. So this is an example of a scan. Very simple one that I put together. Again, one of the ones I'm sharing. So this is the price range that I'm looking at between 1 and 20. Current volume, that is a relative volume. It's kind of a really great little filter that we've got. This means it's trading at least 4 times, has to be trading at least 4 times as normal up to this point of the day. And a minimum 400,000 shares. So I'm not going to go over all the filters, but that's a concept. You start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets all these requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see these stocks. Both on the upside and the downside. So what we did as a company is, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, okay, we decided to create as many alerts. These are all the alerts when you see icons that look like that. And here are the filters. These are the icons that are the filter icons. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that the majority of our subscribers, customers, can create, with the right combination, create the type of scan they're looking for. So you do not have to know a programming language to use Trade Ideas. Okay, I'm going to go over this window that is called Brokerage Plus. What about UAL? Okay, let's take a look. The airlines were weaker this morning. Well, it's bouncing. I don't know what more I can say. It's still down for the day. I know that American basically really guided poorly this morning. So, it's up to you. I really don't have a feel for what the airlines are going to do. So this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, this is an option. Well, it's a feature. I shouldn't say it's an option. It's an option. If it comes with the program, you have to be using our application, downloadable application, as opposed to the web-based version. Okay, this is not available. It's a web-based version. So you can use this in 2 ways. We've expanded the brokerages now that you can use from 1 to 2, okay? So I'm going to pop this video in, or the link to the video. And it's called the Brokerage Plus video. All right, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within from within Trade Ideas. You'll notice here it says Brokerage Plus, and underneath it says Live and Sim. I'm going to go over the Sim in a bit, but Live, so you can connect to either, if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, you can connect. Now, if you don't have an E-Trade account or an IB account, doesn't matter, okay? You can still use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature that we've got that if you want to use it, you can do it if you have an IB or E-Trade account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Okay, let's say I click on LYL. I take a look at the chart, and I think, yeah, I want to trade that. So you right click, see how it says trade, and these options pop up. Now, how do these options pop up? You watch the video, you can create your own. These are what we call one-click trading. One-click trading. So you pick how you want to trade it, and click on it, and you're in the trade, okay? And how you do this, you watch the video, and it's about a 27-minute long, 27-minute long video. It goes over all the aspects of how to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade either an IB or an E-Trade account, and setting up these, what we call one-click trading. If you got into a trade, these are hotkeys that we have. If you want to get out of the trade, you click on flatten. Half gets you out of half your trade. Double gets you out of, or doubles your trade, your position. You don't have to do it this way. If you want to go here and use the sell button, we want to buy more shares, you can, of course, use these buy and sell buttons. What you're seeing here is an example of I guess we'll call it a swing trade. I took this, this is in the simulator, which I'm going to go over. Took AGC. If you get into a trade and you don't exit it by the end of the day, it'll carry forward for as many days as you want. Actually, there may be a limitation, but all intents and purposes, you can use this also to, of course, carry forward your swing trades. So that is using Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. Now, the other main reason for this is using it as a simulation or paper trading module, okay? If you are new to trading, yeah, Night Fox, if you download the latest beta, go to our homepage and scroll down and download the latest beta, you can use E-Trade now. So if you're new to trading, this is what I'm going to emphasize all the time. Do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading. And you use our simulator. You just click on Sim, and it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. So how to do that? Well, let's just take a look here. So VTVT. Let's say you wanted to trade VTVT. You click on the symbol, you notice the symbol shows up in the box. You can pick how many shares you want, you pick the price you want, and you buy it, okay? Now, I always like to demonstrate how you can use this for a, say on a pullback. So say I wanted to take VTVT, but I don't want to take it unless it pulls back right to this level here. Maybe it'll bounce off here. Okay, this is just to demonstrate. And it might fill pretty quickly, but I just want to show you how you do it. So you pick how many shares you want to do that at, and I'm going to put 328 in both boxes here. And I'm going to click buy. Okay, you see a big blue line appearing. So if VTVT moves back down to 328, it'll take the trade, okay? Now, if at any point you say, you know what, I don't really want to do it now, you just have to go to your orders and you right click and you cancel the order, I'm going to leave it in, I'll just show you how it works. Okay, so that is an example of how you can use the simulator to take a trade on a pullback. Now let's take another trade though, right here. I want to just see if there's anything that's kind of interesting. Because now we're going to talk about money management. Those of you who are new to trading, very, very important aspect of trading. Every trade you get into, unfortunately, is not going to work. So you have to have a way to get out of a trade if it's not working. Okay? You don't want to just pray that something is going to work, hope and pray. That's not a good way to trade. So you hear me talk about stops all the time. So if you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And it's not based on, well, I'll get out if it moves 10 cents below or 20 cents below wherever I got in. It has to be based on something a little more scientific, like, chart resistance. If you look at chart or support, so if you looked at a chart and you thought, okay, there's an area of support on the chart, right here, for instance, this is not a great example, but you see this area right there on IHRT. If it broke down through that 1804, again, I'm just using this as an example, that looks like maybe a bit of a support area that if it does that, you should be out of the trade, as an example, okay? How you're going to know, you have to practice. That's why, trading is not easy. You have to, look at a lot of different charts, and eventually you'll be able to size up where you think, a good support area might be. Doesn't mean it's going to hold though. That's the whole idea of placing a stop. Where the support area is on the chart, if it broke down through there, then that's the whole idea, saying, okay, you know what, the trade didn't work. That support area did not hold, I better be out of the trade. Okay? So that's the whole theory of it. So again, that's only going to come with experience. So you cannot, think that, well, in 2 days, 3 days, you're going to be able to analyze a chart instantly and figure out, okay, that looks like a decent support area. So that's why you have to practice, practice, practice. So let's just take a trade. Say I want to take this H-lit trade, okay, right now. And I want to make this math easy, because the other aspect of placing a stop is that when of course, you're going to know when you're going to get into a trade. You know that price. Before you get into the trade, you're going to know where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. The difference between where you get in and where you get stopped out, you'll take that difference and divide it into how much you are willing to risk per trade. So for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll be wiped out pretty soon. So let's just say your account size says that you can risk, say, $100 a trade. So you've got two aspects at work here. You've got a stop and you've got a risk amount that you're prepared to lose if the trade doesn't work. But we don't show LT. No. Not LT. We don't. No, we have nothing to do with level 2 Night Fox. Okay. So let's take the HLT trade, and I want to make the math really easy. What's the spread like? 74. Okay. I always do it like this. This is just to make the math easy. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to take it at the market. Okay, and it should appear. There we go. Took the trade, 873. I want to put a stop at 853, okay? Now, is that really where our stop is? Probably, well, it's close, but this is just to make this math super easy. So there it is, H-lit. I'm going to right click. I'm going to add the stop order. Again, you would know that ahead of time. 8.53. I'm going to add the stop order, and you're going to see a nice big red line. Even is 100 right on the money. So if your account can withstand losing $100 on a trade, okay, then in this particular case, this is why I took 500 shares, because if you divide 20 cents, 873, $8.53. The difference is 20 cents. If you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Okay? Just different, Benoit, I don't know. I mean, just different classifications of shares, so no idea. Okay, so, and conversely, if you take 500 shares times 20 cents, you have you'll lose $100 if you allow it to, take you out. Okay, so hopefully that is starting to make a little bit of sense about, money management, the concept of risking a certain amount per trade, and you don't vary it. You don't risk 100 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next. You try to keep it about the same every trade. You don't want to get into revenge trading. You don't want to get into the, well, I risked $100 the first trade, I lost. Therefore, I better risk 200 the next trade so that I can gain what I lost and make some money in the next trade. Okay, so, revenge trading is very, very common. It's human nature to do something like that. And, that's why if you practice trading enough, hopefully it'll get drummed into you not to do that. Now, the next step is this, though. You get into a trade, it came from my options trade. Well, it's got to work. I mean, these have been really good. And all of a sudden, it starts approaching your stop. And you think, well, maybe I didn't know where to put my stop. I'm still new to trading. So you think, I probably put that stop too tight, so you start moving it down a bit. Okay? Price starts approaching that new stop, and you keep moving it down. So now all of a sudden, your $100 manageable loss starts turning into 220 if you allow it to go down there, and you still don't obey it, and now you keep moving your stop line down, you don't obey it, and all of a sudden now you're down $500 instead of that manageable $100. So, and then you sell. And then you just kick yourself, wonder why didn't I do that? Why did I do that? All the games you'll play. The inner turmoil that takes place. How to counteract that? Pretty simple. You leave your stop in. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. It takes all the emotion out of trading. You get stopped out, you just move on. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they may come back. Okay? Maybe you were just a little bit early in the setup, and maybe it'll come back and you can trade it again. Commissions are so cheap now that there's no excuse, to not get out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions. Okay, so that is so important, and I guarantee you'll do it. You'll second guess your stop, and that's why if you keep practicing and practicing and practicing, hopefully by the time you're ready to put money, like your real money in the market, enough of this will be ingrained. However, I will say this. Practicing, if you cannot make money by practicing using a simulator, there's almost no chance that you'll make money once you commit money to the market. I hate to be brutal like that, but that's just the reality. However, if you can make money paper trading in the simulator, there's, again, no guarantee that you'll make money once you start using real money. Because when you start using real money, all of a sudden, the anxiousness that comes in. You start seeing your P&L and you start doing crazy things. All the discipline gets thrown out of the window. Here, in a simulator, I like, you should treat it like it's real money, but it's still a simulator. You take a loss, oh well, you move on. Okay, so, it's so important to practice. I can't emphasize that enough. Practice, practice, practice. And again, it uses our real-time data, all part of the standard service. Okay, so practice, practice, practice. Okay? So just taking a look at some of the Some of the ones from the option scan. So the MUDs was pretty extended. Would have given you a little bit, but not much. The high iHeart though, boy, 1851, and it got up to 1916. The HLIT is still looking pretty good. HLIT at 861, got up to 881. Yeah, they were running this morning. I mean, Alpha had a really, really good run. I mean, a good bounce back after yesterday's earnings. So, yeah, the wheat stocks, the cannabis plays. Let's see what the sector is doing, MJ. It wasn't really moving that. That's starting to move. There you go. See, it wasn't really when APA was doing its thing. The cannabis ETF was just kind of sitting here doing nothing. But all of a sudden, now it is starting to move. Well, that's why it's been released, Night Fox. Okay, I cannot guarantee there are zero bugs, but that's why it has been released. So it took a while. So I can't speak to it. I don't use it, but it has been released. You're right, April 20th. You are absolutely right. It is coming up, 420. All right, let's take a look at Yandex. Whoa, yeah, no kidding. And was this halted? Well, it wasn't halted even. All right, guys. Yeah, this is really interesting. 63 down to 59 for the index, YNDX. All right, this is a gap up and go. Now, SSL, what sort of room does it have? 1567? Yeah, it doesn't probably doesn't have that much room. This is a gap up and go. Where are these? That's a cool looking flag. South Africa, okay. No, that's right, SSL. I remember trading this one in the past. Meanwhile, Angie coming into this resistance area, not too far away, really. This might be turned into an interesting short. Okay, Angie, just a little bit above the whole number now. So the next high looking left is 1750 for Angie, A-N-G-I. Give me a moment, please, guys. Just checking a couple of reports here. Yeah, I mean, what did I have? I went back to how long ago? I think 2011. That's why I was saying there's really no resistance for HLIT. Okay. See if there's any news on. Okay. Okay. Well, this is definitely a winner, guys. You know, percentage-wise, nice little winner for HLIT. So the rumor mill working overtime on this one. Gains on takeover speculation after agreement with holder. Harmonic shares spike higher. Traders circulate M&A chatter. Okay, so that is the reason why HLIT is moving higher. Now, I've taken some out. You know, I just think that I don't trust anything right now in terms of a sustained trend. But, you know, so I have to take some out to make sure that I get some profit on this. But it really doesn't have any resistance. But, you know, again, it's chatter, right? Takeover chatter. Yeah, almost 100 million in the float. That's fine. You know, they all don't have to be. They don't all have to be low floaters. I think he was very tongue in cheek there, Billy Ray. Did I see the NVCR drop? No, I don't trade that price range, but yeah, it's a big drop from the pre-market. 269, 191, still up 44%, $60. Ah, I didn't even notice that iHeart was an AI trade. This is what I'm talking about. So the AI had 1824. Pretty tight stop, 1794. Did not get stopped out. 1906 now. That's from the AI. Take a look at Hasbro. Thank you, Zach. What's Hasbro doing? Little pop for Hasbro. HAS. Wow, interesting area for to try to take out. It's really done not much over the last few weeks. Boy, it's a $100 stock. I didn't even realize a $100 stock. Wow. And then RBLX, probably cheaper. Yeah, a little cheaper. So this is a IPO from back here. All right, what is the market doing? So again, this little disconnect we've got going. Dow is down, NAS is up, SPY is up modestly. So again, we have this disconnect going. So tech, let's take a look at the Qs. Tech is relatively strong compared to the Dow. Boy, I remember this. It was all over for tech. All over. These weeks, it got all the way down to 297. SLGG, let's take a look at SLGG from Lily and maybe others. Yeah, it was a winner. I wouldn't call it a great winner. It was a winner. Nice percentage move for the HLIT. But when you read the news, though, you realize this is all speculation stuff. So that's why you've got to be careful. Well, we'll be in. I say earnings season starts this week with a few of the big banks. And next week, give me a moment here. Okay, so next week we will have about 200 companies releasing earnings next week. So that'll really get it started. And then though, I think they're staggering them more now. There used to be, before the pandemic, it used to be that we'd have weeks in which there'd be like 1,500 companies releasing earnings. I think they're staggering them more now. Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure that that's happening this time, but I know the last few earnings releases since the pandemic started, they staggered them a lot more instead of having big earnings weeks. Pretty good rebound for American Airlines, actually. You're talking about UAL, American Airlines. Pretty good rebound, actually. Meanwhile, Angie is just taking out that 17 now, coming into. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe this won't stop it, but 1750 is up here for Angie, ANGI. Yeah, it's interesting that GBTC is not making all-time highs, as it wasn't. Still about $4 below. That's right. That's right. IZEA. Yeah, well, there's your surprise. Ah, you're right. I remember that yesterday, Phil. They said that stick around. We're going to have a big surprise announcement. What a bunch of... I mean, this might be just a matter of, selling the news. I mean, it says reports that Q2 managed services bookings have already exceeded total amount of managed service bookings for the entirety of the same quarter last year. Mouthful. I don't know. That was their surprise. So the lead up to it. I mean, this is the classic, guys. You'll hear this. It sounds corny, but it's so true. Trade the rumor and you sell the news. All right, let's see. I'm not getting any new alerts. Just got this one again. This gap down and reverse. Probably too late now. Gap down and reverse. Look at all that resistance right here. Is this a shortable one or just shortable? Let's see what it does here. It's not too far away. 2460 and right here is 2470. This is a lot of resistance on that 15-minute chart. Account column? Maybe it's in the new beta. If you don't have it, new and accounts tab, no. The new beta doesn't have that? Okay. Maybe I'm always on a development version. So if you click new and you don't see the accounts tab, then I guess it's not available yet. Oh, yes, this is a, I'm not sure if you have this available. You have to click on this. When you click on sim, then there's another step to make sure that you know you're either trading your account or you're in simulator. That's all. So I don't know if this is part of the development version that I'm on. Okay, it is in the beta. Thank you, the Dreamer. So that's what that is. You have to click. So if you're in simulation mode, one more step, and then this would pop up. Well, guys, Angie is really getting close to this potential resistance area. Just a minute, guys. I'm reading. As AZ, you have to watch this video, okay? It'll explain how you do it, okay? And there are three sections. Just disregard the TDA. Obviously, look at the E-Trade section, okay? In the video, it'll explain how to do it. All right, guys, I am just taking a look at, interesting. So the Isaiah, I guess he shouldn't, well, he said, somebody said the CEO is talking. Yeah, this Playboy is so interesting. Who'd have thunk it, guys? I mean, seriously, when they said that we're going public back here in February, I'm sure people went, huh? No idea. No idea. It's all to do with NFTs now, I'm assuming, anyway. Gotta be. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, as sort of predicted, Angie right there, 1748. What did it get up to? It got up to 1727, very close. And it finally, this little area here is a lot of people saying, you know what? I don't think it's going to break it. So nice little short from that area, 1720 down to through 17. Maybe some support right there on that 2 minute. Maybe if it takes that out, it has a room down to 1680. Takes that out, on and on and on. So well, remember Viru at the very beginning? Look at this drop here. Viru at the very beginning was accelerating higher. Now this is a gap down gap up and reverse. So again, if you guys are looking for more action, I don't get very many alerts here. I don't get very many alerts in my options scanner, okay? But if you're looking for more action, certainly the gap continuation or reverse scanner, which I do have up and running on my other screen, I sort of glance at some of the ones that are coming through. So what this is doing, it has 4 strategies in here. Alert windows, I should call them. So we have a gap up and go. So there's an example of a gap up and go, SSL. So gap up and go means it gapped up and kept going higher. Gap down and reverse means it gapped down and is reversing. Gap up and reverse, it gapped up and then it's reversing downwards, like the Viru. And then the gap down and go meant it gapped down and kept going down. Okay, so there are 4 alert windows in this multi-strategy window. Typically use a multi-strategy window if you say you only had one monitor. So screen space is a, you're sort of starving for screen space. So a lot of times what you can do is you can take as many alert windows as you want and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window, so you group them all together. I like to, though, if I have, I don't have, screen space is not a problem for me, but what I like to do with some multi-strategy windows and put very similar strategies in the same window. So I can kind of keep track of them that way. Okay? So if screen space is a premium for you, then certainly a multi-strategy window, you can put you can put as many alert windows as you want in there. Sure they do. Yeah. So you must be just doing it wrong. I mean, here, I've color coordinated these. So I mean, these are four. Sorry, these are four alert windows that I put into the multi-strategy window. I put a color on each one of them so I know, but the strategy name is here too. So when you say it doesn't work, I'm not sure what you mean, because these are all real-time alerts as they're popping in. Have you ever created an alert or a multi-strategy window before? Okay, well let's do it from scratch. Okay, so the first step is to take your alert window and collaborate. So right click on the alert window and collaborate and copy. Okay, so now that alert window is copied. Now from the toolbar, click on new and then multi-strategy window. So it'll be a blank window. So remember, I've copied this one. Now I'm going to right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't done this for a while. So let me exit that out. So let me start again. So I'm going to collaborate and copy. Okay. Now new multi-strategy window. I forgot to do this. Strategies. Hover over new and collaborate and paste. Okay. So there it is. And you just do it, then just repeat the next one. Collaborate, right click, collaborate, for the next alert window that you want. And then when you've done that, then you right click, strategies, hover over that new strategy, collaborate, and do the paste. And they'll all show up one at a time. And you will get a real-time alert. Oh, history. Well, history. Yeah, history is grayed out for some reason. I don't know why. I thought you meant it's not working in terms of the actual function. But I can do a history here. Right click, history. It's not grayed out, real time all. I can do it here, so I don't know why. But why do you want to do a history? I mean, you have so many alerts in there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe you have to, I really don't know. I have no explanation. I mean, I'm just looking here and I do have history. It's not grayed out. I'll try one more time. Got to be an explanation. Just don't know what it is. Why the history is grayed out. Let me put another one in. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know why history is grayed out here. You might ever go to tech support, Sam? I just don't know. I mean, I can't really have no explanation. Obviously, in this one, the history is not grayed out, so I can do it. All right, Weight Watchers, Weight Watchers. Look at this. This is a big, guys. I mean, this is really bad. I mean, look at Weight Watchers. I remember we saw this one. I think that had earnings. Oh no, has earnings coming up, but it got very weak. But look at this little breakdown now for Weight Watchers. I mean, there is no support. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 26.22. So that is about $2 away. $2 away. WW. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe you do have to name it first. So I'll try it one more time. It's possible, maybe. But he has it named, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously. It's possible it's not. So let me just try it one more time. Nope. I seem to remember some tickets coming by a while back with that issue, and I really don't know. You might have to go to tech support. I can't help you. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, MUDS is still okay. Let's see what else is showing up here. This TLSA. What did it do? Okay, so yeah, I remember I put this one in here just in case it gapped up over the 200-day moving average this morning, but it didn't. It didn't do that gap. Okay, so I added this. You know, when I was creating my watch list last night, I looked at TLSA and I thought, okay, if it can gap up over the 200-day, you know, it would have some room, maybe to the 4 level, but I think this is going to probably stall it anyway. BTN, how is BTN? Let's take a look. 390, is it, well, it's getting closer to that 4. I wouldn't take it unless it broke out over 4. And then if it does do that, then the next high in the monthly chart looks like it's around 445, so that would have a little bit of room. And that was back in November of 2018, so a couple, 2.5 years ago or so. It is a small float, 16 million in the float, lots of volume. Probably by the end of the day, it could trade the float. You guys can hear the mowers outside. What a great sound. Spring is here. I don't really know. Definitely bike riding day though today. And in your degrees, it's about I guess about 50, but warming up. Did I ever have issues loading a chart? No. No? When you say loading a chart, you mean opening? Opening a chart? I don't use the charts. Here's a chart. When you say, so you're talking about loading a chart just like that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to help you. I mean, when you say the window is black, I don't know what you mean. I mean, obviously you can change the color, the backgrounds and all, but so I don't know what you mean exactly. Okay, we don't do that in the YouTube room or any room, okay? So I'm just removing, no pumping, no pumping, no pumping. Yeah, this is, I'm not getting any new alerts right now. I can't wait for earnings season to really, so next week, well, next week will be definitely a lot more lively. This is sort of the calm before the storm, perhaps. Hopefully. It's very, very, give me a moment here. Yeah, so that's what you meant. Yeah, the account. I guess if you connect to live, then it'll show the account and you pick, I guess. It is, Bernd. It is. Well, guys, yeah, a bit of a snooze alert right now. I haven't had a new alert in a long time. I wonder if those guys are still, looking at Bed Bath and Beyond anymore. It's been, I mean, look at this over the last few weeks. That was the crazy week, of course, but over the last few weeks, I don't think they really are looking at it. I may be wrong. We do have that. Okay, Barrett, yeah. It was right outside my window. All right, guys, so it's 11:44, so I'm going to pop the YouTube link in if you want to head over there when I take my break. Yeah, so my advice right now is if you get into something and you get some profit, I'd be taking out some anyway because it's just nothing is really, nothing that I'm seeing anyway. I'm not, I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? I don't mean this one, but I mean some stock that they're looking at. Just don't see a lot of sustained action, solid trends. It's not that the market is not that choppy right now. I mean, it's just kind of flattened out. You're talking about this trade? Yeah, well, you have to watch that video. Okay, the video covers all of that, Night Fox. Okay, and what you do, if you're talking about the buy and sell buttons on the charts, you assign one of your strategies to the buy or sell, one of your long strategies to the buy button, and one of your short strategies to the sell button. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The trade right there. This is nothing. I don't know why. This is development. But what pops up? If anything is popping up as a default, well, that's what it is. It's a default, but you can set up your own, but you have to watch that video. I mean, I can quickly show you. Oops, not Mac user. It's just the Brokerage Plus video. So what happened is, you would go to your strategies, okay, and you would create your alert window, and then you would have and save it to the cloud. So if you have an alert window that you want to trade using a buy or sell button, okay, so you would save it to the cloud. So watch, if I save to the cloud, save. Now I go into the strategies and I right click and it says load from cloud. And you'll see it right at the top here. You just did it. So highlight it, load it. So now it's in here. Now add to existing. You want to replace all existing. Add to existing. So there it is. Okay, there it is. Barry's watch list up. Okay, right there. Now, what you do is you can obviously you can have as many if you want of long strategies and short strategies in here. You assign, if I right click and see where it says set as default chart long strategy. So you pick one of your long strategies and you assign it so that when you click on buy, it'll go to that strategy. Make sense? Now you have to edit. You have to create your strategy. I can't tell you how you're going to do that, with your entry time, the order details, your position sizing, your risk management, hold time, the limit offset. I mean, all that is explained in the video, okay? So how you're going to do that will be up to you. So again, you import your alert window in here, and then you take one of your long strategies and you assign it, if that's what you're trying to do, to say the buy button, one of your short strategies to the sell button. Again, just by right clicking and set as default chart long strategy. If I pick the short, default short strategy, okay, you just assign. So I mean, it is that simple, but I would encourage you to watch the video. Mr. Real, good morning. Well, it's not been easy, but VTVT from my watch list, did have a pretty big pullback percentage-wise, but it is making another new high here. I mean, this is what we're talking about in terms of trend. I mean, look, pullbacks are fine, but 40-cent pullback on a $3 stock, that's pretty, that is a fair percentage. What I'd be looking for, maybe a stall, little stall, maybe a little pullbacks, add, just not getting that in the things that I'm following. If you put a wide enough stop, then you can maintain, but I'd rather see, something that has for me anyway, just a better trend. Yeah, this one is, I find this one choppy every single time, the WIMI. Well, I don't know. I guess I'm going to try to maybe use this as the stock of the day again. I mean, of things that have come into some of my scanners. I mentioned this one yesterday as the stock of the day as a potential swing. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Just right click or go to new and add it, okay? So from not in our toolbar up here, not that new, but in connected, right beside connected, it says new, and here are your tabs. Okay, and then you'll see positions. Okay, Carlos, did you get that? So new, and then here are your tabs. Take a look at YNDX, looking at crosses maybe. So this is what Real is talking about. Remember I talked about this on the, across down. I can't remember what stock it was, but so you see how that 8 EMA, may be hard to see, but that orange line right here, that's the 8 EMA. You see the blue line here is the 20 SMA. So we're on the 2-minute chart. So what Real is talking about is that this 8 EMA looks like it's trying to cross above, the 20 SMA, which sets up a potential long trade. So if I eyeball it, it looks like that cross is right around like 59.62, so very close. Yeah, look at Burke's. Canadians, we know this company. Sort of the, well, not sort of, big jewelry store in Canada, BGI, Burke's. Burke's Group shares spiked to session high on volume following results from peer in luxury space LVMH. Okay. Maybe this is another Canadian. I don't know. That's not obviously a symbol. Stock symbol LVMH. But looking right for a short. Over the channel. And let's say look left on this daily chart. The next high is 285, so it's getting close there. But for me, more importantly, it's getting close to that $3 whole number. So this is definitely a lot of volume coming in, a parabolic move. Usually these are all signs that can point to a short play coming up, as Real is also talking about. Not for me. I'll be taking my break soon, so I won't be participating. Okay, one moment, please. Veru continues down. VERU continues down. Now, this could be still far enough away, I guess. About $1 away. There is a huge support area, it looks like. On the weekly chart for VERU at around, say, 880-ish. So it's about $1 away from that big support area. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking my break. Better get the announcement in. All right, well, there is your little downturn starting, it looks like, for the BGI. This looks like maybe a little support around 254-ish or so. Okay, you're making me look at this one, TIRX. That's only a 10-cent spread. Okay, Steve, thank you for that. So I will stop my feed in YouTube. Just give me a second here. Okay, Steve, over to you. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All right, there we go. I am streaming. All right, let me put that on mute so I don't hear myself. Hello, everybody. Who was trying to text me just now? Cool. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday session. My name is Steve Gomez, and I'm here to help anybody that wants to, that's looking for help on the Trade Ideas platform especially. Or we can talk about whatever it is you guys want to talk. Screen is blurry. Hopefully it's blurry and frozen sometimes, huh? Oh boy. Well, that's not good. I'll keep an eye on it over there. Hello, Sam. Hello, Burnt. West Coast. Yes, good morning, West Coast. Same here. Hello, Iris. Yeah, I can see my screen now. Hopefully it stays okay there. All right. Well, like I said, welcome to my desktop. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hang on, please. Okay, well, isn't that the way? Right when you go live, the doorbell rings, the texts start flying, phones ring. Hopefully you guys are seeing my screen. Hopefully it's all good. Let me grab my little pointer here. And looks like that is working. Great. So what do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys need help with? All right. Oh, great question, Warren. I love it. Um, Warren's asking if I were to buy crypto right now, what should I buy? Well, uh, I'm going to have to give Airplane Jane a lot of credit to this. She showed me this about a month ago, and I couldn't buy it. It's called XRP, and XRP is something to do with central banks' digital currency. And right now, as I understand it, when you have to transfer money from one currency to another via wire, it goes through the SWIFT system, which is very slow and inefficient. XRP is going to be the grease that wheels, the grease that greases the gears, we hope, of interbank transfers from currency to currency. So it would go from currency A to XRP Ripple to currency B. That's at least the thought and the hope of the people that are buying this. But as you can see, the chart is kind of confirming that story. And it was very difficult for me. I was trying to buy XRP back in the low 40s, early March. And I opened up accounts with a few different companies, and none of them wanted to allow me to buy XRP because of some SEC issues. Well, on Thursday night of last week, Jamie came to me and basically found a company that is, let's see, the name of the company is called Uphold. It's I'm not going to click my wallet, but it's that thing right there. Uphold. And Uphold allowed me to buy into $500 a day into XRP starting last Thursday. And so I was able to participate in this move here, from here up until here. So it's a timely question who asked that. I like XRP because of the fact that it seems to be coming to life. Now, yes, it has gone from 50 cents to $1.80 here pretty quickly, but this thing seems to have some interest, and I'm very grateful to Jamie for showing me the ability to do that. Now, when I opened up other accounts, I wasn't able to buy XRP, so I bought Ethereum and back around 1700. And this one has been doing kind of well too. So I'm not a crypto guy. I don't really know that much about them. I just kind of know what charts, and we can see that Ethereum really broke out of that kind of that $200 ceiling that it was in for a while. That's not current. Yeah, that should be. There we go. That's what it should look like. had a dip down here, and I was able to get some down in the 1700 area. So I like Ethereum and I like XRP. Those are the two things that I'm in. I don't know much else really besides that. Jamie and Michael are the good guys. All right, let's get back to the questions that are stacking up here. Warren, hopefully that helped. XRP, Ripple, look into it. It's like the new Swift. And one more thing to add to that. Apparently, Bitcoin and other blockchain, they're not quick. If you want to quickly move cash from euro to US dollars, from central bank to central bank, I guess if they were going to use that paradigm, XRP Ripple can do it very quickly, very efficiently, whereas it takes the other blockchains a little longer to chew on that stuff. Apparently, that's a big deal. All right. Hello, Lakis. Screen and audio are good. Thank you, Dave, for the update. Market that's blurry. Yes, true. All right. Hello, Lakis. So, my opinion on open chart. Thanks for coming in. I told you I would elaborate on that when you asked me in another forum. The first thing I looked at, obviously, is my daily chart, and a couple things kind of came to mind here on this. And firstly, it is, as I said, it's under pressure. And the reason I say it's under pressure is I like to just use simple moving averages, and the 50-day moving average is usually a significant one. It kind of gives the health of the stock, and in this case, looks like this is a new issue, and the 50-day moving average started calculating right about there. But this week back here was a very solid wall of selling at that 50-day moving average. And then what happened? It fell down to lows and then got a hold of the 10-day moving average, which is the momentum line that I call it. And for the last week here, the 10-day average has had something to say about the closing candle of open. Now, on the positive side, it looks like these three tests here of 20 have, for the most part, bounced back into play. But you've got some work to do here, because look at this, it's kind of like a bouncing ball, and it's just kind of bouncing on that 20. It's waiting for two things to happen, either for a crack to give way, or, being this is a new issue, I would say chances are probably okay, hopefully better than normal, that if it has tested the resolve here of the $20 buyers 3 times now, and if you could today pop back up and give us a nice closing candle back above this declining 10-day moving average, you're going to break that little curse that we've had there. And then, of course, your next angle, your next target is going to be the 50-day moving average, which you had trouble with here before. So, you're defending the $20 level very nicely. Third time, after yesterday. It was an ugly close yesterday, but you're doing better today. If we can just keep the price back above 20, you've got hope. But if it dips back down and closes below 20 again, it might continue to frustrate and bleed a little bit more. I'm not familiar with this company. We can look at the profile. Online for buying and selling and trading in residential properties. Interesting. So, but as we can see, it's a relatively new issue as well. All right, so hopefully that helps, Lewis. That's what the footprints in the sand tell me. That's what the data says. Whether or not it's a good story, hopefully the buyers at $20 will start to give you that cue and let you see that they are going to support that level. All right, LV, I have heard about the test drive. Yes, for May. Can you send us the link, please? I don't have a link yet. LV, but I do have a date. And that date, I believe, is May 11th. Let's take a look here. May 10th. Okay, so if we go to the calendar, we go to May 10th, which I can't do at the moment, because as soon as I bring up that. All right, so May 10th, the whole week of that, forget my illustrator. We'll just go to May 10th here. So that's a Monday. First week is week 1, and then week 2, the 17th through the 21st. So 10 days in May, for anybody who's not a current subscriber but thinking about it, please remember that the value in trade ideas is the real-time data, which gives us real-time alerts and real-time information, the way that we want to see it as we drink from the fire hose of the market. In order to do that, live data is not free. And as much as we would love to buy everybody a drink in the house, when a few thousand people pony up, It's kind of hard to do that. So there is a $9 fee, which covers your live data, assuming you're not a professional, like a money manager, or a broker, or a license holder. You pay $9 for 2 weeks access. And so we're essentially kind of having you cover the live data and then turning on all the bells and whistles for you for that 2 week period. And it's a great way to come in and learn trade ideas, because a lot of people, they come in, or they'll buy a month and they get overwhelmed in the first couple of days, and then, they want a refund, or they want to cancel, in other words. And so 2 weeks is what we usually tell people is the perfect period of time to really get familiar with the product and how to make it work and how to get what you want out of it. It's not going to happen overnight. And so I highly recommend, if you're thinking about kicking the tires, or trying a Trade Ideas subscription, do the test drive first. And then, of course, there's always a nifty little promo code at the end to kind of entice people that are on the fence to give it another try, to keep going for a month and keep learning more. So you'll have the link. We'll be talking about it a lot probably here towards the end of April, as the marketing guys and the creative graphic guys create the landing page and the link for it. But I have the date for you, so keep that date reserved. The 10th and the 17th. Those 2 weeks are going to be good weeks. How could you have found Tesla in the breakout today, somebody asks. Well, it's a good looking chart for sure. Notice it is breaking above the 50-day moving average. That is a filter that you could put in there. And coming into today, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of a tight range 5-day. So you could take a filter for 5-day ranges. And let's look at that 5-day range. It's basically 668 to 7. It's pretty tight. That would be no more than, 4 or 5%. So let's just see if we have time to try and build something like that. I think we might. Yeah, Burn, XRP is not going to be a stock symbol. It's only going to be a symbol in the coin exchanges and the crypto exchanges. The official name is called Ripple, RIPPLE. And so that's the name XRP, X Ripple. So maybe search for it under Ripple. But if you are outside of the US and you have access to any crypto exchanges, you should be able to easily participate in XRP. So if we wanted to try and find something like a new alert window that was looking for breakouts like Tesla, we could use new high, that's for sure. Relative volume, we're going to get rid of relative volume and just put a 1 value in there. Change from the close, we'll just have a positive change from the close. Get rid of those volume 1 minute and 5 minute. And as I mentioned, the 50-day SMA, we're going to say, has to be above that. Looks like I just locked up. There we go. My system is really moving slow today. Okay, change from the 50 SMA. Add that filter and say, hey, we've got to be at least above it. But we don't want to be too far above it. No more than 5% above it, or no more than 3% above it. But what I had said earlier was that 5-day range. So if we take 5-day range, there it is, in percent, and we say we don't want to see anything more than a 4% range over the last 5 days. 5 days cannot exceed more than 4% of the price from high to low on the average of those 4 days. Maybe we would see something like Tesla, and especially if we put a price in of anything above 100. Let's just see if that comes through. So that was the last one to come through. ARE, ABT. Qualcomm. Oh, now we're into... oh, so for whatever reason I have on there, it didn't want to catch Tesla. Maybe it's because the 5-day range was more. And let's just see how to quantify that. So I'm going to put 5-day range in there for now, but I'm going to leave that hanging. I'm going to go to my single stock window where we can put all data points, and I want to add the 5-day range and see what the actual value is. 5-day range in percent. Show that column to me, and now tell me what the value is for Tesla. This is how you can work backwards into some of these scans, which I know you like to do, Iris. Oh, look at that. Look at that. The actual value. I was just trying to eyeball it with my brain. I called it a maximum 4%, but the actual 5-day range is 5%. So if we changed it to 5%, what if we go back and take a look at our history here and see if we did catch? Yeah, there it is, 5-day range. Let's do 5.5 just to make sure we're good. Okay, if we go to history, would we catch Tesla today? Hey, look at that. We backed right into it, Iris. So let's give you that in real time because I'm sure you wanted it since you requested it. But something like this would have caught Tesla today. And again, all I did was I looked at the chart and I said, well, what's unique about Tesla? Well, one thing that's unique is the chart just broke out recently above the 50 and not too high and definitely not below. So that fits. And then it came from a kind of consolidated 5-day range here that wasn't too wide. See, something like that was a lot more wider. So luckily that worked. All right. We'll just put for Iris on that one, and I'll drop that in the chat. There you go. Let me back up here a little bit. Okay. XRP, we talked about that. Yeah, that's the actual crypto symbol, XRP. Gator Hub says the Nomad Riders. XRP, try Gator Hub. They might have something available. What about Coinbase? I tried Coinbase. They wouldn't let me. Oh, the actual symbol. Is that what you're trying to know? I don't know if it was an actual stock or not. Listing on NASDAQ. Oh, yeah, so I heard they're coming. Yeah, I heard they are coming public. It'll be a new issue, and it'll be one to watch. But right now, it's just a blank white screen to me, and that's what I follow, is what does the data and the footprints and the candles look like. We'll have to reconvene on that in a month and see what that new issue looks like in a month. For now, some of the blockchain-related stocks are like MARA. Beautiful trend over there. What was the other one? RIOT, blockchain, another one. Ooh, that doesn't look bad at all, actually. That's a darn good-looking chart. I like that. Why do I like that? Because it's just painting itself into the proverbial corner here. And will you look at that? It's using the 50-day moving average as the bottom end of that flag. And as of today, alarm bells, flashing lights, horrible, horrible, horrible. That's a better arrow. Flashing lights. This candle is trying to peek its head above like a turtle sticking its head out. This might be one to watch. So let's take that a step further using the trade ideas tools that we have available to us. Going back here on this day, that's 57.82. It's not quite the high of today. Let's put a price alert in there, and that blue line will now trigger to us if RIOT seems like it feels like it wants to break out through there. But more importantly to me, at the end of the day, if RIOT has broken above and closes above, I might take this home as a swing trade. Because in the back of my mind, as Dave reminded me, the market is ready to absorb the possible excitement of Coinbase coming public. So maybe RIOT blockchain and MARA might be getting a little euphoric head start going into that. That's your story. But does the chart confirm the story? And that's why I'm saying if we get a candle that closes above this blue line today, that's the kind of thing I might take home 5 minutes into the close tonight and possibly participate in a gap up. Getting ahead of myself there. All right. Thank you for sending me down that road, because that is kind of how the genesis of a trade idea can develop. All right, I'm just reading questions here. All right, so yeah, we're through the discussion of XRP and Coinbase coming public. We found a nice little setup here in Riot. I'll probably continue to talk about that maybe later today. Which brings us to Sam's question. Can I share a work in progress? Sure, just go ahead and drop that in the chat. Let me see how far back we are here. The Nomad Rides has been in crypto for a while, so he knows what he's talking about. If you're outside USA, you could try Bitstamp. You know who's been in crypto for a while is Jamie and Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas. They were mining Bitcoin 10 years ago, 9 years ago. It's pretty impressive. So they're actually sitting on some mined coins that only cost them a computer and some electricity to run for many months. Oh, your computer crashed the minute I spoke about your question, but you figured out the symbol. You're using ETF for crypto. Okay. All right. So do Trade Ideas subscribers get the email for the strength alerts? Okay. So my understanding is the email has a lot of content, and that goes out to the people who subscribe to only the $17 simple entry product, 5 ideas a week with a little bit of content to it. Those go out in the email, and those are the people that sign up for that product. However, being a subscriber of Trade Ideas, you have access to the channel, and there's going to be a channel that essentially has those 5 stocks in there. So you'll always know each week what the 5 stocks that are in play are. But as to the webinar, I think, and the insight and the color commentary that go with it, I think that only goes to the people who are subscribing to the actual newsletter themselves. I'm 95% sure about that, so use that as you're waiting for that answer. All right, yeah, Burnt, look at that. I was ahead of you before I just read your Riot comment there as I'm scrolling down here. Triangle wedge, yes, exactly. Or maybe you were commenting as I was speaking. Hello, Mike C. All right, so we're moving through the list here. Sahar wants my opinion on CBDD. I'm going to guess that's some sort of a CBD stock, which I would approve of. CBD Denver, even closer to profile. Chemical manufacturing. All right, let me get a drink of water here. So it's a pink sheet. A pink sheet stock. Came to life back here in December. Well, let's use this as kind of a cool example of how we can, watch these things develop. So we're back here in January after seeing a beautiful move in December. CBDD went to sleep. Definitely on the radar. And look at how the price action connects with the 10-day moving average there. Many, many days holding it up. That's bullish, bullish, bullish. That means take me home, don't get out of me. And then it starts to get a little sloppy, but back in play. It never really closed. This day was a horrible anomaly, but the point is it still closed above, And there's our first day. There's our first day in which we gave away the closing price of this momentum line. All right, so let's fast forward some more. And as I suspected, even though I already saw it. Once we have that closing day below that momentum, it seems like the trailing days just bleed away. So that is many times what I will use as my daily indicator. I told you I like to make decisions either getting into a trade or getting out of a trade 5 minutes before the bell for my swing trades to kind of feel for what the closing candle is going to look like as everybody goes home and does their homework on that data. So again, that candle was kind of an early warning system as to the bleeding that came. But we're still not caught up to live. So then the 50-day got a hold of it. And you can see how the 50-day held onto it here and here and here as resistance. Popped back up, resistance, resistance, resistance. Okay, let's see where we go next. And kind of threw the price back down. Now the 20-day moving average has gotten a hold of it. So we've kind of plucked on the guitar strings of all three of these moving averages to really illustrate to you why I use them, because they are areas of interest. They are levels of interest. There's nothing that really says you have to do something at these levels, but watch and see how the price behaves at these levels, especially with the closing candles. Okay, so now all of a sudden, this thing came back to life, a close above the 50-day. Oh, and it was just kind of a head fake. We couldn't even have more than one day. We only had one day, then we closed immediately back below. So kind of a head fake there. And that brings us to current. So, I would still say the stock is under pressure because these two moving averages here are kind of flattened out. Three of them for the most part. We've got three flat moving averages here. So it's a bit under pressure, but it's got some work to do. What it needs to do next time is get back above this 50-day moving average and then hold a couple days, build a base, then it can move higher. So that's really what I'm seeing over there in that price action. Yes, I bet there's a lot of people kicking themselves. The one guy who paid Bitcoin for a pizza, I mean, it's just worth hundreds of millions of dollars today, I think is what it was, or millions of dollars. Okay, so I think that caught us up to Sam's test. 10-day test, 2 and 3-day holds. Did you send a cloud link? I don't think you did, Sam. You're just telling me. Are you talking about that jam down to the 10-day moving average, testing 2 and 3-day holdings? Okay. Okay, yes. So did you have a question about that? I mean, I don't know the answer. The answers are in the results. If you find something that's working well. I mean, for instance, I do know that particular scan that you're talking about works best if you only have it turned on in the morning and don't use it all day long. Just the first hour or so is going to be the best. There's that one. Click. Well, my feedback is that it does seem to work best if you're only testing for a 2 or 3-day hold. And yes, 9:45. Let it open up for 15 minutes. 2:58 might be a little late in the day. I mean, if I were to test this just right now based on all of that, back test, and if I were to open it up to show you, exit plus 2 days, and we just ran 30 days or so. Oh, well, I don't know what you have. You're going to have to send me the cloud code to what you have, because that's the only way I can see it. Okay, understood. I'll go ahead and let this run anyway, just to kind of prove a point that these things seem to run better. If we go to optimize and we look at the time of day, oops, time of day, thank you very much. Wow, look at that. The first half hour is not doing that great, but the second hour is doing a little better. Interesting. But okay, so Sam, again, you'll have to send me the cloud link to yours, and that's the only thing that I'd be able to evaluate it on. Can you please check SOS and your thoughts on SOS? All right. SOS, it looks kind of like a lot of the other charts that I've been seeing lately that were, again, once darlings, moving nicely on that moving average, and then they just seem to break and just can't get out of their own way. I don't see any definitive closes back above my key moving averages, and when it does attempt to, it gives us a big ugly reversal wick that just kind of shows us the sellers, were still in charge back there, in which they were. But as we get to these current prices up here, we're now back above this first key moving average and holding it. So that's the one good thing you've got going there. Looks like you've kind of almost filled this gap with today's candle. But same old thing. I mean, you really need to get this thing back above that declining red line, 20-day moving average, and then one step at a time back above that 50-day moving average. And the more days you can post a close above that, the more of a statement the buyers make to the sellers that they are in control. If you posted a link, I guess I cannot see it, Sam. It must be something the YouTube doesn't want people posting links, and I think we've run into this before. You're welcome to send that to the info at Trade-Ideas, as a support ticket and request it be forwarded to me, and I can, try and take a look at it and give you a couple of typed sentences and what my thoughts are. But if you just go through that same thing that I just did, run the back test and then optimize, and in your optimize, go to time of day, and you just see a bunch of green boxes and then a bunch of red boxes later in the day, then you want to cut those off. And I'm sure that's probably what you did because you've been around enough to hear that. So, I mean, as long as it looks good to you, I would probably agree with you, but you're welcome to send that in. This is interesting. iHeart is doing well in the AI today. A couple things. Remember that chart we marked up over there on RIOT? How I said it looked really interesting, how it's got a wedge, and then today's candle is definitively trading outside of that wedge. Well, that's what iHeart is doing today. The AI caught it on a very nice entry, I might add. And look at what intraday moving average is holding the momentum in place, my 10-period moving average. And lastly, I will suggest to you that the trade of the week that went out, which isn't doing that great, but I try to also give us some also watches. Also watch iHeart. So I was kind of picking up on that one last Friday, and the AI picked up on it today, and it's looking pretty good. Again, we go back to RIOT. We can see why we marked up that RIOT. We would like to see if we can get a break out of that wedge. All right, the other AI trade. I'm sorry about that. So the second AI trade that came through today here is RILY. Looks like a momentum trade. There's the blue line, but point of interest really is this 10-period moving average is now coming into play here. And ideally, we have a very tight 2-hour range. If this thing can springboard off that moving average and out of that tight range, there could be a lot more meat on the bone for this particular trade the AI has called out as well. Now, again, I try to remind people that want to ask about the AI or want to use about it or use it. The value of this is in the entry. Okay, the entry is where you really want to focus on. What I mean by that is don't let the AI tell you when to get out. The AI got out of this one already too soon. It got out back here at, let's highlight it. We call that the conservative profit. Whatever it was only up $99 when it did so. Had you not followed the AI out, and I'll show you why you didn't want to in a second, and stayed in the trade, you would be looking at a $257 on a $100 risk, which is how that is calculated. Now, the AI got out probably as it thrusted forward right there and then pulled back. Take notice of the gradient. See how the color gradient is dark there and then it's kind of lighter over here? Where the color gradient is dark and where dark went to light, that is where the AI exited. And in this case, it exited on what's called the profit save. So for whatever reason, the AI thought, I need to use a trailing stop and I need to be very aggressive with it and keep it very tight so we don't give back any profit. Well, in doing so, it gave back a lot of profit opportunity. It gave back a lot of opportunity cost. Now, fast forward to why I say the human is a better arbiter of risk. What I tell people is the AI can serve the idea because that's the hard part. There's 8,000 stocks out there. What do I focus on and when do I focus on it? Well, this can help you focus on a symbol and a point in time. Yeah, it can give you a red line down here. It can give you the stop loss. But I would submit that at this point in the trade, and the reason you stayed in the trade is because it did not break this line. I'm suggesting this is the risk line that you want to use. You want to use your own mental trailing stop that's constantly updating. And the minute the price candle closes, not trades below for a minute or two, but the minute it posts a 15-minute candle close, just like on the daily chart we were looking at a minute ago, that's our signal that the momentum here might be dying intraday, and that's when you want to get out. That's how you manage the AI risk. And so under those rules, we're still in this trade and trying to let it work for us. And as I said a moment ago, there still, in my opinion, seems to be potential for the price to springboard off that moving average in this tight range and give us some more. And we have to be in it to win it. We have to be in it to participate in that. So back here on these candles, you should not be looking at this as your risk management. As I said, you should be looking at this 10 period moving average as your risk management. So the AI can only give us a suggested target and a suggested stop, a line in the sand based on numbers. But as the trade gaps up and moves higher, moves to high, and this moving average comes up to meet the price, things are developing in real time, and we can constantly adjust and improve our possibilities for letting the winners run and cutting the losers when they should be cut. So on those first two trades of the day, the AI, there's no reason to get out. And on iHeart, moving back to iHeart, it's given us a great example of how that line really does hold the price if you're going to stay in it and if it's going to be strong. Let's move down to this third one here, which is a short. So the arrow is going down. There's our entry. And we actually had to come back into the trade under the moving average. And so the price is still under the moving average, which is right there. And that's what we want to see. Oops, hang on a second. That's what we want to see. So I would say you're not to use this as your short cover stop loss on the short sell. At this point, I would just use, as I said, your moving average, and you're guaranteed a profit on this one. If the trade comes back up and bounces and closes above that moving average, you're still guaranteed a profit on that short using that methodology. Let's take a look at the next one. All right, another long, pull back long. So our entry, let me zoom in just a little bit. Our entry was right here. The blue line and the blue arrow, there's our entry. Never really went negative. It went positive, but not too negative. And look at what happened. Once our risk management line came up to force the issue, again, this is no longer should be considered your stop. This moving average to be considered your stop. And have we closed below that moving average yet? No, we have not. So we should still be in that trade. However, the AI got out for a zero. The AI made zero on this. It got in and got out and got spooked. But if we stayed in because we're above the moving average, we're now grinding some trade profit here out of it. All right. Oh, that's an early trade. It's trying to get back in. But anyway, I see a question coming in here from Joe. I've been trying to create a custom formula for average put-call ratio over X number of days using a custom formula in TI, but I can't seem to figure it out. Is it even possible? Joe, let me ask the guys here on my back channel that would know. I'll get back to you in a minute here. All right, so I've asked that guy. I've asked those guys. We'll see if they can shed some light on the possibility of that. Okay, so while we're doing that, let's see, trying to make a top list. Okay, so the answer is, Joe, no. Most things that require counting days are a no-go, like 3 days, 4 days. So I'm not the expert in the custom formulas, but I always defer to the guys that know what can and can't be done. And I now have to add girl to that list. One of our newest hires, Stephanie, taught herself how to use the custom formulas, which is very impressive. So she's now a good resource as well. Let me just see Michael's chiming in. All right, so while we're waiting for that, I'm trying to make a top list of stocks that were green yesterday and are green today, where the MACD moving averages are moving away from each other. Oh, that's going to be the hard part. So green yesterday and green today would be consecutive candles. So we could do that, green yesterday, green today. And when we go to any type of inquiry on that, so I'm going to type in your keyword is MACD. And these are what we're limited to. So we're limited to crosses on the 5, 15, and 30, and the 60. Crossed above 0, crossed below 0. So that's really it. The keyword being MACD, and typing that into search window, I don't think is what you were looking for when you said you're looking for the moving averages moving away from each other. All we can do is find crosses. All right. Sorry I can't give you a better answer, Joe, but at least we tried. For day trading, scalping, what time frame do you suggest? Well, if you're going to day trade and scalp, probably, 5 minute. I always say this. The reason I don't attempt to day trade and scalp anymore is I used to do it, but I did it before the algorithms were making markets. I did it when it was humans against humans. Me with my lunch burrito in one hand against Smith Barney, Payne Weber, Goldman Sachs with their calzone in their other hand. But those days are gone, and if people are trying to create a strategy on 1 minute charts where they think that they can maybe, catch something quickly and, try and compete in the speed of the market, it's a very difficult task. The people that are excelling in those time frames have invested millions and tens of millions of dollars in the speed of their co-locations and their data, because speed is what pays in that realm. So I don't try to day trade or scalp. Now, we have a couple people here that do, Chris McKay and some others, and they would use, a 5 minute chart. And so I would say probably focus on the 5 minute time frame if you're looking. And let me also suggest that the more contrarian you can be, the better. I think one of the things that makes Chris McKay good here in his scalping is he'll say something, and I'll pull up a chart, and I'll say, I like that, because it's run in one direction, and it looks a little exhausted in one direction on an intraday chart, and he's just trying to catch a reversal into the other direction, and that's really the kind of game you do want to play, I think, if you're going to be a successful scalper, versus trying to be that person where everybody's got their hand on the starting line, their other hand up on the air, and they're waiting for the track marshal to blow the starting gun. And everybody's looking at the same level of breakout. I mean, that's a hard game for many reasons. So the more contrarian you can be, the more you notice patterns of where maybe a stock, after it does something, it has a reversal. And if you can focus on that period of time where that reversal happens and quantify your time frame to jump in and take your money and jump out of the jump rope before it comes back around, then awesome. That's how Trade Ideas can definitely help you achieve that. But you got to first figure out what you want to do. So, I mean, for day trade scalping, I would say probably your 5-minute is your go-to time frame there. All right, I thought I loaded something here. Hang on. Copy link address from Sam. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, so there is your scan called roofers. And if you back test it, so these were the start times you would have had it back testing. All the way toward, that doesn't seem right. Is it? +3. Okay, so it looks like, all right, so you are doing it. Okay, so you're entering it 15 minutes to the close. Let's just go ahead and run it, because I think that's what you wanted me to do. What do we only got 3 trades? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so you would want to scan it for hold for gonna scan 10 days. Okay, you've got that. That's in there. Risk management is you're using a smart stop for your filter. Time to exit, 2 to 3 day hold. There it is. But your entry is towards the end of the day. I don't think that's right. Yeah. Maybe this will be. Okay, so this is probably more to what you were showing me in your email there. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't like stocks over $30 for one thing. You could cut those out. So you could come right in here and you could say right click, set strategy max value to $29. So for whatever reason, if you just did that and you ran it again, right off the bat, you're going to get better results. That's one thing I can see. Yeah, I changed it to 945 for whatever reason. It wasn't running that. So the very first thing I noticed was stocks over $30 didn't test as well. And look at that. So you definitely increased your results using the optimization tab. And let's go to the optimization tab, time of day. And yes, that looks pretty good all throughout the day. So that would be the only thing that I would really suggest maybe is maybe change the price filter like I did for you, and you're going to get a little better quality results. All right, a question on B+. Can you show me a Brokerage Plus example for trailing stop for movers up? For trailing stop, I use Okay, yeah, so you learned how to right click on the back test there to change your configuration with a one click. So to Asri's question, can you show me, for trailing stops, there's nothing really that's hard coded as a filter or a dead set stop that you just plug in and have it move because it can't adjust for you. Um, I adjust, and all the guys that trade here use just the manual version of the trailing stop. Like these down here, I could grab that trailing stop and I could move it up or move it down. So that's how we use it. And also, there's no way to fire a trade off as an auto trade and have a price target and also a trailing stop. You can't have two open sell orders with interactive brokerage. So what I typically do is I just, um, put a stop order in manually, and then I adjust it each day manually throughout the day. And that's really what we recommend. There's no real good control mechanism for a trailing stop that's going to constantly update and adjust for you. And there's a few reasons for that. All right. Got another 6 or 7 minutes or so before we bring Barry back in. S&Ps are flat, but it doesn't feel like it because it feels like a lot of things are still under pressure out there for the most part. All right, it looks like I think I'm caught up on all the questions. If you think I've skipped you for some reason, certainly let me know. Cardano, I've never heard of that. A crypto play. All right. Just I happen to know that the markets are slowly gravitating towards 24/7 tokenized. At some point, stocks might even become tokenized, and the old um, jump on the train right into the city, ring the bell at 9:30 Eastern, and ring the bell at 4 so you can jump on the train and be back home in time for work. I mean, that's home for dinner. That's the way it used to be. We all know we don't have to do it that way anymore. And crypto is kind of showing the stock market how to do it. And the futures markets have been doing it for a while, but I don't think it's going to be too much longer before a lot of things are going to be tokenized and we can trade them 24/7. And we are currently, architecting and outside the boxing and thinking, blueprinting how to configure trade ideas to adapt to that type of new market or new market structure. Well, actually, the one we just back tested there, I believe, was that the one? The one that Sam sent in. We just had it back test pretty good, I think. Let's just run it one more time here. Yeah, that's the one. I think. I think we should have run it from there. Let's see. But happy to share that one with you if that's the one that was testing well. It's not this one. Oh, it must have been another one I had. All right, so hold on a second. That's right, he was called Elevator something. So here's what I did. I'll do it one more time for you guys so you can see exactly what we did there. All right, so I'm going to load this scan. And this is for a 2 or 3 day hold, it looks like. But the first thing we did was we back tested correctly from 645, all right, to get our first run. So I can show you the thought process here of how we came across that. I'm actually not sure about your question there while I wait for this. Jock, on the allocation profile, trading strategy in the new beta version. I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry, but you're also welcome to info@trade-ideas.com and ask us. Somebody else might know, or the live chat. All right, so here's the first run, and notice what we have some metrics here. We had 34 trades, profit factor of 2.18. Profits were 2 times more likely than the losses, or I think that's how it said. But the point: average winner, average loser. Average winner almost $2, average loser $1. That's pretty good. But what I noticed in using this tool here is we go right here to optimization, and I noticed that price, okay, look at this heat map. Strong, strong green colors on the $0 to $29. But when we get from 29 to 99, these are dragging down our stats. Those are not winners, those are losers. So with that knowledge, we can now come in here and we can right click right there in that column and say max 29. Right click, set strategy, maximum price value 29, and look, it takes us right to our setting. Done for us, done and done. So now we have a new value, a new filter configuration. Let's back test it again with our new configuration, simulate buy, and we can compare apples to apples. Do we have any plans to bring in TD Ameritrade? Yes, we do. They're in the short list. E-Trade is just a bit ahead of TD Ameritrade right now, but they are in the pipeline as well, stock trade. All right, well, now look at this. We can compare apples and apples. We went from 34 trades down to 24 trades. We took out 10 bad trades because our profit factor jumped up to 5 to 1. Our average winner went from $1.40. Average winner is now $1.47, but our average loser is much better at only negative 45 cents. So just that one little optimization trick is really an amazing thing to do. And again, you can optimize and always go back and look at time of day and say, give me 15-minute interval time of days here. Looks like there's really not much you can do. You've got kind of spotty intervals throughout the day, but you want to get through them all. Yeah, you've got green all the way through the day, so there's not much you could do. If you had green in the first half of the day and then after lunch this just fell apart, well, then you could optimize by not trading or not using that second half of the day based on what the data is telling you. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and let Barry know it's time to come on back in. And I'm all talked out, so let's let him know. All right, guys. Well, again, it's always been a pleasure. The time goes by very quickly as we have a lot to talk about in just a 1-hour span. And I'll be back next week, and I'll also be back this afternoon to talk about the trade leak, which is not doing that well. It's frustrating me. I don't like it. But it's got that look that we kind of talked about earlier, that wedge, but it's dropping back into the wedge, darn it. So we'll see how it resolves. We want the 50-day moving average, We want the 50-day moving average to be our key. All right, guys, I'm going to stop broadcasting. Barry's back in, and I'll talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Dave, so Aja, if you can hear me, just give me a heads up. You can hear me, Aja? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can always count on you. So while Steve was there, we were, of course, talking about MUDs again, making another new high. Again, I did my video was on MUDs again today, after yesterday. I said yesterday, might be an interesting swing candidate. I guess it still is. I mean, there's no resistance, of course, because it's an all-time high. If you believe in the whole situation of their taking tops public, but more importantly, tops and trying to join this NFT craze, this is what it's all about right now. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, Fast usually is a pretty, I would say decent trader, but I mean, look what it's done. This is an earnings play, so look how choppy it is. It's an earnings play. It's a good volume, 3 times normal, but just really, as you guess that's the low and guess that's the high, and just absolutely no action. I was actually looking at this in the pre-market thinking, okay, well, if it can hold this and then start to move down, it has a shot to get to the 47 level, but just nothing happening. All right, well, the bets are being placed, guys, for Bed Bath & Beyond. Triple BY has earnings, it has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. The bets are kind of being placed right now for BBBY. Now, that doesn't mean that, we won't get a surprise, but right now, the outlook doesn't look great for whatever release they're going to have tomorrow. All right, you guys are making me look at NET, N-E-T, Cloudflare. Yeah, okay, that's why I don't usually see it. It's just out of the price range I like to trade. But wow, look at that volume coming in. Big float, 217 million in the float. Yeah, so Sam, I have no idea, but maybe somebody else wants to answer. I have no idea. Isn't that Elon's favorite? Yeah, a little break here. I see what you're looking at, JB. EQX. A little bit of a break here. I'd like to see it on volume, though. Okay, feed my cat here just a second. Yeah, somebody was saying it's a deal with NVIDIA. And NVIDIA, just by the way, so okay, somebody was May 13th. Okay, this is May 13th. So they have, yesterday they're guiding. They put out a guidance for their earnings on the 13th, basically suggesting they're going to be good. So all-time high now for NVIDIA, NVDA. Well, the marketing meeting at 2. I hope it goes for a long time. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting a little bit bored here. So ask me questions. You got questions, ask away. Meanwhile, this might... there's the IHRT on the move. I don't really have a favorite pattern at SEF. I have scans that I look at. I mean, everything that I have is making a new high. So, for instance, watching this, a little 2-bar pullback on the 5 IHRT. But I'm more about watching ones that have been strong, maybe pausing a bit, and then taking off again. I mean, so I suppose you could say a strong stock that consolidates a bit and then pops on volume. I guess never really thought about it in those terms, but well, I have something called the bouncers toppers, so I mean, so a bouncer that is dropped that now makes a new 5-minute high. It's not 100% sure that it's going to keep moving higher. I mean, there's no magic scan that's going to absolutely tell you what is a dip and what is going to reverse, and when it's going to happen. It's not so much, most of the time, anything that keeps moving higher is going to fall at some point. The magic is, but there's no magic scan. I mean, Rio's got his above the Bollinger Band, etc., which is really gives you a good idea about something, but it doesn't mean when you get the alert that you just hop in on it. Okay, so a lot of it is, having some patience. Here you might have waited, but how late would that have been? Yeah, I mean, if you wait for the break on the 2-minute chart of the ADMA, that might have been a little too late. Things like that. So I mean, there's no magic scan that's going to tell you foolproof every time. Well, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Maybe this will take this out. This 2123. I want to see if this takes this 2123, the MFNC. Another more weakness for AMRN. Now, will this hold? Because I mean, here's your looks like support around 476 for AMRN. Looks like. Will that hold? What's the news on this one? Amarin Falls as new CEO may mean less likely to have mergers and acquisitions in the near term. Amazing what will cause the stock to fall. I mean, there might be other other reasons, but that's what I'm reading. But look at this. I mean, this is just getting right close to maybe a support area. I mean, remember, this was a stock up at $26. When? $26? No, I guess that's a while back, 2 years ago. But most of the time, I'm just prepared to wait for something in here. I mean, I may not get very many alerts for the day and just kind of concentrate on those. And that's it. I'm not going to sort of run around scan after scan after scan trying to figure out what might be working. I'm pretty comfortable with the option scanner. I mean, do they produce winners every single day? Of course not. But if you look here, so MUDs at, again, the problem I have is that they weren't trending that well. So there's 1366 for MUDs. It's back up. So, maybe now it'll take off. iHeart, 1851. It is 1931 now, where it got up to 1940. But again, you had to, go through that pullback. And then HLIT is the one I actually took. It just didn't hold. I thought maybe it could get closer to 9. So I mean, from 861, it got up to 883. I mean, decent in terms of percentage move. But what I would have loved to have seen happen is, I don't expect a stock to keep moving higher and higher each successive candle, but maybe just a rest, a little pullback, a rest, a base, then a pop, things like that. Not seeing as many like that right now. But you also have to, I mean, look at the SPY today. I mean, you're just not going to see, it's just not really a definable trend right now. I mean, it's just been kind of stuck. I mean, yes, that was a red candle, then it's popped right back up. So remember the days in which we have, the SPY moving higher almost every candle. They don't have to be super wide candles, but just kind of trending, 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 trending. Those are great days. Or reverse. I don't care if it's moving down, but all right. Well, if that's what you've noticed, then I would concentrate on that. It's pretty. If that's what you've noticed. I'll be right back. Well, I mean, this is getting really close to the all-time high now. IHRT did not think it would get there today, but it might. 1969 is the all-time high right over here for IHRT. So, decent play from the AI, obviously, and it's up 6%. But, you had to weather a couple of pullbacks. Yeah, so what that means, Brian, so the question was, I guess Steve, when he was in the YouTube room, between 12 and 1, he was talking about think or swim in the future. Yeah, I don't know when that future is, though, okay? But what it means is you can use this window called Brokerage Plus. So right now you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to actually, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. Okay, so that's what he meant. So we do want to add TD Ameritrade, Thinkorswim to the mix, but when that happens, it's anybody's guess. We have a major issue with the API, so I don't know when that's going to happen. So in the future, sure, I'll give you the future, but that's what it means. It just means you can connect. See where it says Brokerage Plus, and it says underneath it says live, so you'll be able to connect to your broker's account right now, E-Trade or Interactive Brokers, and then use this window if you want to trade. That's what it means. Not mandatory, of course. It's just a feature that we have. And the reason I say it like that is because people seem to get the wrong idea that if they don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, then they can't use Trade Ideas, because to use Trade Ideas, you must use Brokerage Plus. No, not at all. It's just a feature we've got. So, you can do things like, okay, if you do want to trade using this Brokerage Plus window, then you can do things like setting up your own buying and shorting options. Okay, and there's a video that explains how to do it. So this is what we call one-click trading. Or you can just, do it manually right in here. You don't have to do it in auto fashion. This is not auto trading. Doing this is pretty close. My opinion of auto trading, I don't. In my opinion is that what I would always want to be able to do is if I click on an alert, I'd like to see what it looks like. And then if I want to go back and trade it, then I can do this and pick how I want to trade it. And these things have been set up ahead of time you just watch the video. I'll pop that video in again. Okay, Brian. So, Brian, what you might want to do, if you can hold on for about a little less than a month, we are going to have our test drive again. It'll start May the 10th to May the 21st. Just going to pop the link in. You can sign up for it. What that link is, it's just basically a sign up, so that about a week before you'll be notified exactly when it's going to start. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to be May the 10th. But the sign-up procedure, okay, it'll cost you $8.99, so you can try us out again. Oh, it's very possible. Tank, it's very possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs about what the issue is, but it is a serious technical issue that has to be solved before we do anything. Just give me a moment, please. I just have to do something in Twitter. Just a minute. Okay, just a minute. Just be a couple of things to do before I can get back into the room. All right, back in. Okay, so Brian, I have a couple of scans. One is literally called trend reversal up, and one's called trend reversal down. So those are looking for just what you're talking about. You know, whether they continue or not is another thing, but, you know, a couple of the scans that I am sharing. And here we go, trend reversal up and trend reversal down. These are a couple of scans that I'm sharing. I know you're not a subscriber right now, but you know, if you became one again, you could have access to all these scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. So Adam, if you are 20-minute delay, that means you're not logged in correctly or something. You look like you're still in demo mode, which is strange because we don't have a demo anymore. But I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. So when you look in your mind, are you a subscriber? Have you taken out a subscription, Adam? Okay, because no, it is not normal. So when you look at your toolbar, if you look to the far right, do you see a green ball? Okay. Well, is this just happened today? In other words, had you been getting real-time data before today, and it just started today? Okay. So it's possible. The other thing is that ball green in the toolbar, or is it red, or is it orange, yellow? Oh, yesterday is your first day. I see. Okay. So were you getting live data yesterday? Or do you know? Okay, it's green. So the only thing I can think, I'm gonna have to send you to accounting. Okay. First of all, when you logged in, the login, it is case sensitive. Both the password and your username, it is case sensitive. But the fact that it's green means you should have logged in correctly. Okay. I'm going to have to send you to our homepage, and somebody in accounting will have to look at your account to see why that's happening. Okay. It's possible that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. I mean, I'm just trying to guess, but so let me just give you the homepage link. And you will see a little area where it says start a live discussion. So where it says that, okay, then make sure you have just give them the email that you use to sign up so they can take a look at your account, okay? I'm sure it's pretty simple. And it might be the exchange agreements. Nice call reel on the net. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure it's something pretty simple. I mean, if you got a green ball and you signed up yesterday, they'll just look at your account and they'll tell you why. Now we've got the the big tree trimmers outside my window, so we're gonna have a lot of noise. Afraid to look at Playboy. Non-stop is right. Unbelievable. Talk about a strong stock. Let's talk about a strong stock. It's interesting too because, you know, the previous 3 days before yesterday, it looked like, okay, that's it. You know, got up to what, 33, down. I mean, that's a big drop. That's almost a $10 drop from in 4 days. And then all of a sudden, kaboom. I mean, it's hard for me anyway. It'd be awfully hard to hold this with a $10 drop on a $30 stock. I don't disagree. I mean, you're not that far off. You know, you can't. I know you can't hear me, Zach, but all right. There's some volume coming into Wriggle, RIGL. RIGL, some volume came into Wriggle here. Look at this 15-minute. Didn't pop it very much though. All right, guys, I'll be right back. And I'm hearing IHRT making new highs again. Well, I think that's it, isn't it? No, not quite, not quite. There is the all-time high right over here, 1969, getting closer and closer and closer. So this is what Real is talking about. So if you look at the 15-minute chart right there, that orange line is right there is around $37, or at the top here is around $37. So he's talking about if the next candle is red, this could push it down to that line right there. That is, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, 37-ish. If the next candle is red, it's right now, it's sort of, well, it's just sort of flat. But we have a topping tail, the previous one, so again, the buyers may are running a little bit of steam right now and starting to form maybe a red candle here. Brian, I don't know about that. I would say, this whole year has been unbelievable. Well, certainly last year was unbelievable with the recovery. And right now, for me, it's a little bit slow. I think it's going to pick up next week once earnings season starts again. But I would not say, I mean, I think the past 2 weeks have been a bit, not necessarily trendy. All you got to do is spell it. Playboy, there we go. Okay, well, it's still kind of hanging in here. Oh, I see, Brian. Yeah, it's tough then trying to trade it. Yeah. But my guess is that next week we'll probably, just because earnings season will start, we'll have a couple of hundred companies releasing earnings. Tomorrow might tell a little bit too. I mean, Goldman Sachs, the big banks release. That might give a bit of a glimpse into what might happen. The big banks release. Alcoa releases tomorrow. But next week, we got 200 companies, over 200 releasing. All right, well, here we go on the Playboy. Bit of a spread. Kind of watching for a big drop under 38 for Playboy, PLBY, but let's see, 38.10, 38.28 right now in the bid ask. So trying to figure out a direction. Bit of a bottoming tail there too on the 2-minute. Okay, I can answer that easily. Isan or Asan. So first of all, before I answer, I want to make sure you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. You can see my screen before I answer. Okay, so we have a time filter. So I'm sorry, if you right click on an alert window or even a top list window, configure, and then type in search, or click on search, and then type in time of day. Add the filter. So if you didn't want it to start until the market opens, so you put 0 here, okay, and then the minutes after the open up until whatever time, 12 o'clock, okay, so you would just put 0. So right there, I've got 15 minutes. This particular window here doesn't start until 15 minutes after the market opens, as an example. So you'd put 0, and then do some math and figure out how many minutes it is from 9:30 to 12. I can do that. I think it's 150 minutes, right? Okay, so 150 minutes. So you would just put 0. So it wouldn't start until the market opens, and then 100, and then the max 150. So that would limit it. Okay. Super easy. Super easy once you know how. Everything's easy once you know how. Well, hey, listen, Michael, feel free to post how you trade in the off topic. I mean, it's that's fine. You know, I have no problems with that. You don't talk about how much you make, yes, and all of that. But yeah, I mean, I have no problem. You want to shed some light on how you trade? I'm sure some might find it interesting. No, it certainly hasn't. Well, it has not. Now, how do you know that, though? I'm just, so that candle was red down to here, and then it moved back up here. So you had to wait for the 5-minute candle to close, I guess. And if it closed near the bottom, that would have given a bit of a. That would have been the clue. Had it closed near the bottom as opposed to basically closing flat. Yeah, Yogi, these are 2, 5, 15-minute charts. Yes, 2, 5, and 15, as well as I guess it's covered up, a monthly chart. Well, I guess it's because it hasn't, I don't know why the M is covered up, but there's a monthly chart and a weekly chart and a daily chart. Now real. This will be really interesting if it takes out the high. The high, it's lifetime high, IHRT. I don't know if there's. Oh, I see. B&A, Bank of America Securities upgrades to buy, and that's a $26 price target. I don't know if that's the only reason for this spike. Okay, Michael. Yeah, is it When is it the official launch for coin? Is it tomorrow or it's this week sometime? So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put a price alert, so I'll know when it does open. I'm going to put a price alert at $1 tomorrow. Okay. So there's a little trick for you guys, you know, wondering about IPOs and how to get notified when they open. All you have to do is just type the symbol into the chart. You know, you'll have no information, of course, yet, but just do a price alert. Right click, create a price alert, put something, you know, really low, like I've done. $1. You'll see right here. So there it is down here. You see, $1. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. When it opens, if it's supposed to be tomorrow, when it opens, this is the price alert window will pop up on my screen. I'll know the coin has opened. Yeah, all I said was it's a candidate, okay? It's just a candidate. I did the same video yesterday on it, and I said, you know, it's a swing trade potential. It, you know, obviously, if it held it yesterday into today, I'm not, remember, swing trades are very different. I mean, you might think it's overbought and everything like that, and yeah, maybe it will pull back. And I, you know, I don't have a crystal ball to know if this is going to keep moving higher. But even if it pulls back, if you're looking to swing this, and you have to have a wider stop, of course. So yeah, it might pull back. All right, so waited kind of on this BTN to see if it could take out 4. So it is now trying to take, it's choppy though. I mean, look how choppy it is. Even on the 15, up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, the trend is up. I'll give you that. The trend is up. But it's still kind of chopping around. 16 million in the float. The next high, looking left, is 445. So, I mean, that's what I was kind of thinking, that it, you know, maybe it could start to challenge that. Let's see if it can hold over 4. My thing on this one would be holding over 4 with a little bit of consolidation and then maybe getting some volume to pop it. Riot broke out of the alert. What alert are you talking? Yeah, they put that in last year's shoes. Not my alert, so I'm not sure. You know, RIOT and MARA for me are just stocks that are, for me, very difficult to intraday trade right now. You're either going to believe that, you know, RIOT and MARA are going to follow along with crypto. They've sort of lagged a little bit. I mean, crypto is at an all-time high. You remember, MARA was up to $80. I mean, it's a crypto play. I don't know if there's any specific news about it. You know, here's some news. Yeah, Citron. Whoa, Citron, after they said they'd never do it again. I guess they couldn't help themselves. Citron Research goes negative again, saying RIOT blockchain is worth just $2. I'll look at it. Didn't they? They said they weren't going to go short anymore after the GME fiasco. So here we go. There's Citron dumping all over Riot. And they're probably right. I mean, there's no reason why Riot's up there. It's just traders taking it up. It's the same with MARA. I mean, I have no idea what sort of revenue, if any, these companies have. But you would have gone broke if you kept trying to short MARA all these ways up here. Or Riot. Actually, it's funny. Riot is now shortable at Interactive Brokers. For the longest time, it had that big red dot saying it was not shortable at all. And I notice it is shortable now. I'm not saying I want to short it, but yeah, 2 million shares now. Interesting. Well, I don't even know. I'll be honest. I have no idea what Riot does. Bitcoin mining company, okay? I mean, I just don't know. I don't have no idea on their revenues or anything. This used to be, of course, back in 2018 when crypto first started going crazy. It was, well, you can see right there. 2017, I guess, towards the end. And you can see right there it had that huge run and then real, you're too funny. All right, 152. So again, at 2 o'clock, I'll be in this marketing meeting, seeing what's shaking there. Oh, so you're not kidding? You're not kidding about WSB? I thought you were just kidding. You was kidding. Okay, you was kidding. I know it's you were kidding, but okay. But it's possible. Yeah, listen. They thought, hey, we thought we taught you a lesson, Citron. Never to short anything again. NVCR, the big bounce after the drop. NVCR, let's see. Yeah, pretty good. 181. Just out of the price range, though, I like to trade. But wow, look at this. IHRT. This might do it. This just might do it. Take out that all-time high. It's only, what, 9 cents away? 13 cents away? So decent pick from the AI today. That tells you it looks like it's going to do it. And we're going to see, you'll see what the price alert will do. I guess I obviously have the price alert literally at 1972. It got to 1971. There it goes, guys. There's how that price alert works. Look at that. See how it pops up on the screen? You can't miss it. You put an audio alert on it. In the actions, just put an audio alert. Pops up on your screen. You sort on the triggered column so you'll see it right at the top. So that's what I was saying. If you want to follow coin tomorrow, just put a, type coin into your chart and then just put a price alert, say at $1. So tomorrow when it opens, you'll see it. It'll pop right up on your screen. Yeah, this is still strong. Playboy is still strong. Oh, look at this move for VFF, guys. This is a gap up. Sorry, this was a gap down and reversal. It did pull back, but look at the volume coming into VFF. This is a cannabis play, VFF. Look at the volume that came in. High yesterday was 1260, so I guess it does have some room to run if it wants to. All right, guys, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back and just in time to close it up. Yeah, look at that AGC. Kind of surprising. Well, I think what was surprising was how much it fell. But yeah, so this is looking interesting again. Maybe for this longer term hold. Maybe. It's one of those things where it's supposedly the biggest SPAC deal to date. Okay, with this grab out of Singapore. So I think I read where it was the biggest SPAC deal to date in terms of valuation. So interesting. But I just, it just absolutely collapsed this morning, but it has come right back up now. So anyway, I'm just looking at some of the other ones that while I was in this meeting, seeing if anything else. Well, yeah, okay, I see that it actually showed up in the option scanner. Now, why would it be this late? The reason being is that I had to take out the high right there. What was the alert at 1493? I had to take out this high first, and then I think also no, I don't know why it was that late. I would have thought it would be just a little bit earlier than that, but maybe it popped right through. Got to put an alert here. I mean, up in this area here, see if it takes out that high again. I mean, the story is great. The only issue, as I thought maybe the major issue of it falling was because, it's not going to happen anytime soon. It's several months before this merger will, or the takeover, whatever you want to call it, the taking Grab public takes effect. So I thought, well, okay, people thought, you know what, there's going to be a lot of dead money tied up until that happens. And maybe they would start to get enthusiastic maybe a month before it happens. But anyway, hard to completely analyze why it had that big drop. Look at that bottoming tail. Wow. All right, so guys, questions before I shut down. It's funny. Funny. I did actually take a little short on this one, but it was pretty whippy right up here. So I could not hold on to this, especially when I was in this meeting, because it popped right back up over 39. And that's the Playboy I'm talking about, the PLBY. Really? CCIV? Okay. Yeah, a little bit of room, but look at the daily chart, guys. It is just stuck still. I mean, until you're going to have to get a lot of volume coming in to really move this out of this area. I think if you're looking at it just as a day trade, okay, but yeah, it's a candidate. Yeah, if you believe in the story. I mean, obviously, it is still. Listen, this is not a recommendation, to buy it or anything like that, but it's a candidate because you got to believe it. If you believe in the story, tops and NFT, then it's, I wait for it to see what it does. I'm not saying to take the trade right now. I'm just saying it's a candidate. Well, for all the reasons. I mean, because it's, if you know anything about tops, I'm sure you've read the news, and then with NFT. So merging or taking tops public, that was the reason for the big pop. Well, I'm sure you know all this. And then on top of that, all these cards, turning them into NFTs or whatever the right term is. So I mean, that has to be the going forward excitement. But again, I did not say it's a candidate. That's what I said. It's a candidate. Don't say take the trade or anything like that. That makes sense. I think in the video I actually talked about why it might be interested, why it might be interesting. Sorry. Yep. And remember, guys, if you want to try out E-Trade, if you have an E-Trade account, you have to download our beta. Okay, if you go to the website, download the beta. So Isan, there it is. And so this is what I'm talking about. If you go to our website, our homepage, and download software, and then you have to keep going down to the beta. Okay, so if you do want to try, if you have an E-Trade account, okay, you can try it right there, but you need the beta, our beta. No. It's not coming anytime soon, Sam. Not coming anytime soon. I know it's in that B plus video that was done a while back. Okay, and we actually thought we thought a while back E-Trade would be ready, but TDA is no time soon. Don't want to get your hopes up. Just E-Trade and Interactive Brokers right now. All right, guys, getting. Oh, I see. Time for a name change. I was wondering, you said that before. I was wondering what you were talking about. Yeah, I'd still be in that short, except for that, I was following while I was in the meeting. Gee, why do I keep spelling it with the B first? But that really got me nervous right there. That little candle right there, right over 939. Anyway, so this is the warrant CCIV. That there is the warrant. Yeah, I mean, for this to really get rolling, it's got to. I mean, it's got to get up tack on another $3 or so, $2.50. Take all this out, and then maybe it can start to move again. But right now, we saw this yesterday. We saw this, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was maybe the day before. We had a little pop here. That's right. I remember a couple of days ago we had a little pop. We had a pop right here. Just didn't hold though, CCIV. Yeah, but what are you looking for? Are you looking for just an intraday trade? I mean, listen, it's a dollar. I'll give you that. It's a dollar for CCIV. I'm thinking though that it's really, to get it really running again, it's got to get out of this 25, 27 or so. Leo, you're just in time for me to leave. But what's your question? Do you have a question? And welcome. Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't trade on rumors like that, Sam. I heard that it's going to reach 27 by the end of the month. That's a little too. I don't know. Does that mean you're in it and you want that to happen? And being a little too promotional? Seriously. I mean, that's you can go to Twitter and hear a lot of things, or different websites, but this is the one, guys. I mean, Levi, if it takes this out again, this is a very interesting for Levi. Takes that 27.29 out maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I think wiggle is something that we don't recommend at all, Leo. Okay, I thought they were. In fact, I remember Brad talking about that. Brad, one of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, talking about just deleting it. So I wouldn't even use it. Okay, so that's your effect. I wouldn't use it. The button for the beta using working. What do you mean by that, John? What do you mean by that? The download? Okay, let me just do a check here. All right, so download software. And download, all the way down here, download. Okay, no, it would have. I'm not going to, but seems to be working. It's loading right there. Though it seems to be taking an extraordinary amount of time. I have a fast computer, so I don't know what's going on, but it seems to be working, just taking a lot of time. I don't know why. Just, I'm going to cancel it to see. There we go. 20 seconds, 19. So that, okay, so it appears to be working. Was it a slow download last night? Okay. SML, I don't know what your game is here. Okay. All I talked about was MUDs. Okay. And I'm just saying it's a candidate. Okay. I'm not pumping it. All right. I'm not pumping the stock. I'm just saying it's a candidate. If you read the story, people are looking for swing trades. I talked about it in yesterday's video. I said it was a candidate. I didn't say to take the trade. I'm just saying it's a candidate. If you like the story, you have a wide enough stop. I didn't say take the trade right now or anything like that. All right, guys. That is it. Okay, let me get my script ready. Shutting down the room now. All right, guys, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.